I think Sir has made an exit, Samuel Sir, and he'll rejoin, I feel.
So we are live now. Please.
Good morning, everyone. For all those of you who have joined us from across the globe, welcome to the International Conference on the Web, COVID-19 Roadmap to Future Environment, hosted by the Department of Botany, St. John's College, Agra. As a custom, to mark the beginning of this auspicious occasion, I would like to request our principal and the patron of this college, Professor S.P. Singh, to kindly lead us in prayer.
Let's pray. O God, the source of all knowledge and wisdom, we pray you to bless this webinar, illumine our hearts with your divine touch, and give us an enriching time as we deliberate on issues of critical importance. In your most holy name, we offer this prayer.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, sir, for those words of prayer and blessing. So with those words, we would start with today's conference. Before starting, I would like to request all the participants who are attending the conference to kindly leave their names and their registered email ID in the chat box that is given below. The feedback form will be mailed to you. So kindly look for that feedback form in your inboxes. Welcome to all our dignitaries. 5th June 2019, the World Environment Day. Just a year back, I remember planting a sapling, taking a deep breath of fresh air, and reminding myself about how I could make a contribution in my own small way to everything around me. 5th June 2020. I find myself in a virtual room celebrating World Environment Day, streaming live on YouTube, keeping in mind the mute, unmute mic, and a preferably switched on video. COVID-19 has changed the world around us so much. The twin year 2020 began with high hopes. Hopes to conserve biodiversity, our resources, and chalking out policies and awareness programs. Our visions have been put on hold. Summits for new environmental deals are rescheduled till early 2021. The environmental crisis, the COVID-19, stems from the unfortunate collision between man and nature. We have subjected our planet to stretching its carrying capacity beyond its elasticity. Deforestation, urban sprawl, and wildlife markets have brought man and wildlife close, making it much easier for pathogens to jump from the woods to humans. Trade and travel have helped in the rapid spread of infections further. We have overlooked the warnings of ecologists and epidemiologists, crying for mercy on our planet Earth. Carbon emissions, ocean acidifications, and land degradation are eventually going to mar the beauty of our planet. Yet few are sensitive towards the conservation of our planet. As the world looks towards an unlock, we have time. Time to ponder over mistakes we committed, to work out a sustainable future, to work towards economic resurgence. We have a chance to redesign the way we eat, move, and produce with a view to offer a sustainable world. The global commons of air, water, and other shared resources will take precedence over our lust for inflated living goals. COVID-19 Roadmap to Future Environment is an endeavor to reconstruct our slaughtered nest, to take stock of the environment in totality, our physical, social, emotional, and psychological realms are earning for attention. Today, as most of us prepare to mark the World Environment Day from the confines of our habitat, let us remind ourselves how vulnerable we are and of the fact that we cannot afford to take for granted this rich, beautiful environment given to us for free. To welcome you all today on this forum, I would now like to request the convener of this conference and the head of the Department of Botany, Dr. Samuel Gordon Singh, to kindly extend a warm welcome to all the dignitaries and our guests.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
A very good morning to all of you, and welcome to this International E-Conference on COVID-19 Roadmap to Future Environment. I would like to start my welcome note by wishing you and your families my personal best wishes for your health and safety in these difficult times. I would also like to express my profound gratitude to all those professors, scholars, scientists, teachers, and workers who are serving so altruistically on the front lines during this health crisis. On behalf of the Department of Botany, St. John's College, Agra, India, and my own behalf, a very warm welcome to this international conference on COVID-19. I'm extremely pleased to see many overseas learned scholars who joined us today for this wonderful summit. Particularly, I'm happy to welcome Professor Ashok Mittalji. I think he will definitely join us soon. Honorary Vice Chancellor Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Agra, the chief patron of this conference and also the Vice Chancellor of our university. I'm pleased to welcome Mrs. Meena Rathi, a well-renowned medical technologist, training coordinator, and hospital laboratory legend, Office of Disaster Resilience, New Jersey, USA, and keynote speaker for today's international conference. I'm delighted to welcome Professor J.F. Collingwood. She will also soon join us, an academic in the School of Engineering at the University of Warwick, Coventry, United Kingdom, and also the keynote speaker for this international conference. I'm happy to Dr. J. Sharma ji, former GGM, Head Environment ONGC, Government of India, and also our well-known alumnus, Dr. Sharma is a guest speaker for this conference. I'm elated to welcome Mr. Douglas Joseph. He will also join us today. Former Associate Professor of Economics at Fujairah, Sharjah, UAE, and eminent speaker for today's international conference. I'm overjoyed to welcome Dr. Neeraj Saxena. He will also be joining us very soon. Our own alumnus and advisor with All India Council for Technical Education, currently heading its Institutional Development Cell, IDC, at New Delhi, is also an eminent speaker for today's international conference. I am delighted to welcome our praiseworthy principal, Professor S.P. Singh, patron of this conference. And I'm also thankful to him for his constant support and cooperation during the preparation of this conference. I also welcome to all my fellow colleagues, members of organizing committee, technical committee, and especially a huge number of participants from all over the world for their valuable contribution. I'm thankful to all the learned scholars and scientists for their contributions in form of e-paper and e-poster presentations. This international e-conference bears great significance due to the global reach of the dangerous COVID-19 pandemic and its impacts upon the socio-economic life of all countries. Almost all the countries of the world are making every effort to combat the pandemic, its repercussions on people's livelihood and industries, particularly the service sector. Indeed, while this pandemic is underway, nature is reawakening. Humanity is facing one of its darkest periods in living memory. COVID 19 is causing tragic loss of life, and the measures needed to fight it have turned our world upside down, affecting billions of people and stopping economics in their tracks. We anticipate the worst economic downturn at the moment as there is tremendous uncertainty around the forecast. This is indeed our baseline scenario. We know that it could get much worse depending on many variable factors, including the depth and duration of the pandemic. We also know that despite the extraordinary uncertainty, we can chart a path forward. Whole world is facing a common enemy. We are at war with a virus. COVID-19 is killing people as well as attacking the real economy at its core trade, supply chains, businesses, and jobs. Entire countries and cities have been in lockdown. Borders are closed. Companies are struggling to stay in business, and families are simply struggling to stay afloat. Our human family is stressed, and the social fabric is being torn. People are suffering, sick, and scared. We must recognize that the poorest and the most vulnerable, especially laborers and women, are the hardest hit. The reality is that anyone's fight against the virus is everyone's fight. More than ever, we need global harmony, a common resolve, and coordinated international efforts. This is, above all, a human crisis that calls for solidarity. This is a moment that demands coordinated, decisive, and innovative policy action from world's leading economies. In this time of crisis, we must remember that this too shall pass. We will get through this. How well and quickly we get through this, it depends on acting now and acting together. There are exceptional times we need exceptional action. I appeal the world leaders to come together and offer an urgent and coordinated response to this global crisis. We need to immediately move away from a solution where each country is undertaking its own health strategies to one that ensures, in full transparency, a coordinated global response, including helping countries that are less prepared to tackle this crisis. I look ahead to the concrete actions put forward during today's deliberations to overcome the challenges posed by COVID-19 to restore stability to our people's life and promote sustainable growth. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful and memorable time with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for extending a warm welcome to all our delegates and to all our guests and noted speakers. I'm very sure that this conference will throw some light upon how we need to design our future environment, keeping in view the latest, um, what we can say, the latest incidents of the environment that is in front of us, the COVID-19. So beginning with the conference, it's my pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker of the day, Mrs. Meena Rathi. Mrs. Rathi is a medical technologist and has served with the New Jersey Department of Health for the past 15 years as the training coordinator and hospital lab liaison for the Office of Disaster Resilience. Mrs. Rathi is a Reiki master and loves to make time and practice her passion of helping others after a full day of work. She has been awarded the New Jersey State Community Service Award for her volunteer work with Helping Hands Pantry, Trenton Soup Kitchen, and as a hospice volunteer with Penn Medicine. Vibrant and radiant as I know her, I would request her to disperse her radiance to one and all on this platform today. Ma'am, please.
Good morning. Namaste. Namaskar. Pranam. I would like to start by thanking Dr. Sakshi Walker, Dr. Gordon, and Professor Singh for inviting me. And I wish their team and hope this conference goes off without a glitch. So I will start out with a few disclaimers. I am not representing my work. Opinions are totally mine. And I do quote from other gurus and learned siddhas and masters, and I give them credit wherever it is due. But I don't think they'll mind because, again, this is for the purpose that I'm using it for. You have a very beautiful campus. And if some of you have not noticed it, please go out after the conference and take a good look at your campus. It's beautiful. And in fact, your centenary building shares a birthday year with me. It turned 61, as I do today in this time. And Sakshi, Dr. Sakshi talked about the World Environmental Day. And to me, it is, I think, for the people who have not enjoyed a beautiful sunrise or stood in awe at a sunset or wished at a shooting star, I think we have to celebrate it for you. That you have to be reminded that the earth you're walking on, the air you breathe, the water you drink, it's all your environment. If you need to be reminded about that, that's why we are where we are. So on that note, I would like to remind you, I mean, it's pouring out there. I was just telling them about the thunder showers and the lightning we were having because I went out for a walk before I came here to see the moon. And hopefully you guys see it because tonight, go out, see the full moon. It is called Purnima, and it is also a lunar eclipse, Chandra Grahan tonight. And you guys are lucky to see it. I won't see it here. So at 12:54, it peaks. And again, the millennials and the X-Geners, it's not here, it's up there, the moon, okay? Take a look at it, just teasing you guys. And also on June 21st is usually we have the summer solstice, and it's also another solar eclipse. It's the partial annular eclipse, and you guys are lucky again. And we guys don't get to see it here in the US, but please, again, of course, you know, you can't look directly at the sun. So you have the Surya Grahan again. This is a very auspicious time. It's the month is called Ashad in Hindi, in the Hindi calendar, and to have 3 eclipses, I don't know my maths either. 3 eclipses are very, very significant. And in fact, after the solar eclipse, there is hope that Mr. Little COVID, the invisible little guy who's controlling our lives right now, may go away. So keep that in mind, okay? So much for the environment, which I love in case you couldn't tell. This conference is about a roadmap to the future, okay? So those of you who are waiting for the magic to happen, the vaccine to be developed, you wake up and there's a cure and there's a pill. I'm good at bursting bubbles. So no such thing is happening. Yes, vaccines may be coming out, but as we know, I think it has mutated 10 times already. And I don't watch, I don't listen more than I have to. I work for Department of Health. I do have to listen a little bit and be in the know, but not more than that, okay? So you're going to give 10 vaccines to billions of people over what time period? And by that time, that little smart guy is going to mutate again, okay? So does not sound feasible to me, okay? Cure, I hope we find a cure for it. Maybe a pill, but then again, just a reminder, it took us 20 years to eradicate smallpox. Okay, after it was found and everything else. But again, we live in hope. So another reminder is this virus is not here to kill you. None of the viruses are. We are full of viruses and bacteria. We can't live without them. I think 85 to 90% of us are those guys. So what's the big deal? You know, that's how I look at it. And again, you are the host. It's not a rat, bat, cat. You are the host for this guy. So why would it kill you? It's not stupid. Right? It's not like some humans cutting the same branch they're sitting on as we are doing. We are living on this earth and we are killing her. This guy's smart. It doesn't want to kill you unless you ask for it. Then I'm sorry. Okay. And again, corona virus has been around. It's not new. It's just called novel because this strain, we didn't know about it before. It's a novel strain. It's a new strain. Okay. It's just like the star in the sky. Just because we discovered it doesn't mean that it just appeared. It has been there. Okay. I hope you're all with me on this. So what are we going to do? So the keywords here are survival, acclimatization, increase your immunity, and get rolling with the new normal. Okay, maybe wearing masks, maybe, keeping our social distance. I know it is tough times financially and otherwise, but that will all matter if you live to see the day. So right now, survival. Okay. So is it all gloom and doom? No. And why is that? I'm going to remind you of one more thing. Okay. You are special. You are unique. You are an individual. Okay. You're distinct. You're one of a kind. Okay. And my sister, who's probably tuned in, is saying, thank God there's only one of her. Okay. So, okay, jokes aside. So, you are the center. You can make a difference. Don't just say, who am I? What can I do? If you survive this, we'll talk about other things, as I mentioned before. So, the buck stops with you, okay, on this earth. I'm trying to empower you. I'm reminding you that you are special, okay? So when you increase your immunity, what you're doing is you increase your vibration, okay? We are energy, and it's a very simple fact of life, okay? Either energy cannot be created or destroyed. I'm sure most of you scientists out there, and we're all on this together, right? And there's only two kinds. It's very simple. It's we who make it complicated. Either it's positive or negative. That's it. So if you are positive, you stay positive, your vibrations go up, okay? Energy in motion, that's your emotions. And again, that's what you're made up of: body, emotions, mind, and spirit, okay? It's not just this physical body that you see, okay? So when you're in balance, when you're positive, you are at ease. And when you're not, you're out of balance, it's called dis-ease. That's all it is, okay? And I would also like to remind you, this little guy up here, your mind, it's a little monkey. And that's how I call it, it's a monkey. And have you ever seen a monkey sit still? I have not. So what happens is you try to control it. Out of a sudden, somebody will ask, how do I meditate? You want to sit still, but this guy has never sat still. So how can you make it sit still? It's just like, the students, slowly you learn to do it. So that's what will happen to you. You have to train it, okay? And it has to do something. You will never see an idle mind, right? Which is a devil's workshop, as they say, but it never is still. So it is up to you. What are you feeding it? Keep it positive all the time. And I'm going to tell you something later on too. One thing that really works, and which is too good to be true, is positive affirmations. You tell your mind constantly, because what you see here is only 4%. Your conscious is only 4% that we see, which we feel is everything. 96 is your subconscious, and that works all the time. So before you go to bed, think of what you want your life. It will, and it works, believe me. Whatever I'm telling you today is been there, done it. I'm walking the walk and talking the talk with you guys. So just before going to bed, say what you want to be, okay? Something just simple as, I have perfect health. I'm successful, okay? Simple stuff like that, and your subconscious works on it constantly, okay? So Which brings me to my second question. Who do you think is your best friend? You know, if I could see you, I would ask you. And if there was 100, I think there's a lot of people registered. I don't know how many have tuned in right now. And you would give me all different answers. And I am going to tell you there's only one answer: your body. She is your best friend. Not she. I'm not being gender biased here every time I say that, okay? You were born with this, you live with her, and when you die, you just leave it behind, okay? But again, you're not the body, okay? But that is a topic for another whole day. We could talk about it. This body, just like this earth, which we didn't inherit, same thing, this body has been given to you. So it's your obligation, it's your responsibility, it is your duty to take care of her. And how would you do that? Okay? Eat well, rest well, be mindful, okay? Have a good lifestyle. So you're taking care of your physical, emotional, your mind and spirit, you know, that is the whole you. So you're taking care of all of that, okay? So who are we really? And here I like to say we are human creatures. And you're going to say, no, no, we are human beings. No, you need to get promoted to be a human being. Right now, we are creatures depending on how we live, what is our lifestyle, okay? Just like the animals, you know, they are parallel, right? They don't have too much to worry about. Eat, sleep, reproduce, die. And unfortunately, how many humans are doing that? Look around you. How many people have been born, lived their lives, they worked, raised families, and went on. That is not why you are here. You have a purpose in life. You do not just come here, that animals do. So you just came here, you were a human creature, and you left. You are a human being when you use your reasoning power. We are the only ones. We think we run the whole show over here, okay? We think we are the king of this earth. But when it comes to the reasoning power, which is again that little voice within you that tells you this is good, this is bad. Again, remember, there's only, it's simple, positive, negative. So it is up to you, okay? So what I'm telling you here is that you're special and you're individual and everything else, right? So it is simple, like, you know, I like that quote. Yeah, I forgot that, it's on this other sheet. So the faculty and maybe the parents are listening in and they're going to try and say, oh my God, these guys already have big heads and she's, you know, making their heads even bigger. But that's not what I mean. So you do what you need to do, you know. So be who you are, say what you want, because those who mind don't matter. Those who matter don't mind, okay? So you should be able to, when you put this head on the pillow, you should be comfortable with that. You report to yourself. If you are okay with yourself, if you feel you did everything right, you're on the right path, okay? Because again, remember, eagles soar, they never fly in flocks. So when you can fly, why should you even crawl? Okay, remember that. Leaders are born by themselves. They're never in herds. They're never, you know, they don't flock. So since I told you that you are it, you know, you're special, you're unique. So I'm going to quote Dr. Suez again, who I just quoted again on that other quote. It's Dr. Theodore S. Geisel, and I love that guy. Today you are you. That's truer than true. There is no one alive who is youer than you. So always be yourself. You don't need to copy anybody. You don't need to walk into any footsteps, create your path. Okay? Okay, we talked about the body and I had forgotten this quotation. So on this note over here, I'm going to also mention and give a shout out to all the ladies out there, okay? Remember, you are special, okay? You were not born to be daughters, wives, mothers, and grandmothers. That's not your only purpose in life. You're the pillar of the family. You're the cement that holds the family together. You're the pivot of the family. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Don't let anybody put you on the back burner and don't do it to yourself. You owe it to yourself. And make sure in that 24 hours, when you're doing everything for everybody around you, make time for yourself. Start with 5 minutes, make it 10. Okay. 10 minutes are your time. Put your feet up, listen to music, make yourself a cup of tea, go out for a walk. Just those 10 minutes will make all the difference to prevent burnout and for you being taken for granted. Okay. So don't do that. And all the gentlemen out there, all the men folks, respect your women. Respect all the women who are in your life. They are special. Remember, you came from a woman. You owe your life to a mother. You walk on Mother Earth. Mother Nature is all around you. Mother Universe. You are surrounded by female energy, so respect. Okay. So again, going back to not feeling, like, oh my God, the virus is here. Virus, again, I remind you, it is not here to kill us. Okay. It is up to you how you react to it. So keep your vibrations up. Okay. Your resistance high. So your immunity is up. So what does the virus need? They've done studies where they found out that all the people who get sick have low vibrations. Those have been, demonstrated that always to fall sick, you have to be at a lower vibrations. And what raises your vibrations? Positive thinking. This monkey up here, train it to think positively. Okay. Eat well, take care of your body. Okay. The virus needs low vibrations. It needs a toxic environment. It needs, when your resistance is low elimination. If you're being static, you're just sitting there and, oh, get me this and get me that. And you're just sitting there. You're not exercising. You're not taking care of yourself. And then you're ready for the virus. You're like saying, come, attack me. Okay. So, okay, moving right along. So here I'm telling you that you're special, you're unique, you're everything. And, everything that has happened on our earth, right? So this earth is everything to us. World War I, World War II happened, history happened here, all our beautiful buildings are here, everything is on this earth, the whole universe, right? For us is right here. Like if you hear the American news, it's always the world and they'll talk about the US itself, but that's another topic for another day. But when you look at the big picture, who are you? You are no one, you are nothing. Okay, are you all with me? Again, because our earth, which we think is everything, is a speck. In a solar system, maybe it's like a pear, maybe a big apple. In the Milky Way, it's a dot, okay? And there are thousands of Milky Ways out there, and there's more to be discovered. We don't know anything, like we don't even know our bodies yet. We know hardly what 4% of the brain, and we think we are the smartest things on this earth. So we are nothing. We are just an extension of the universe. So tomorrow, if we are not here, you think somebody will notice? No. The earth will thrive. The earth will be like, oh, good, that creature's gone, I'm happy. I'm sorry, that's the truth. Okay? So, right now, we are sitting in lockdown, small virus, I mean, she could have been sent us more. When I say she, Mother Nature, Mother Earth, we could have had a 10 Richter scale earthquake and we would all be history, get rid of all of us. But she sends this little invisible guy and here we are, okay? She put us in our place. This is a gentle reminder, okay? Don't take her for granted. Let us take warning now. Even though we've done a lot of damage, there is still time. So right now we are endangered, okay? You know how we put those, and no political issues here, but Trump is busy taking everybody off that endangered and, couldn't care less, lives or animals or humans, but besides the point, okay? So right now we are on her endangered list. If we survive or we become extinct is up to us. Don't blame anybody else, okay? So what can we do? There is still hope. Like I said, she's giving us this is a gentle reminder, because again, she's very powerful. You don't mess. Okay. Earthquakes, volcanoes. She can just wipe us all out. Okay. Torrential rains. So since we are made up of earth, water, air, fire, and the sky, that's what we are. That's why they say ashes to ashes, because that's where you go back. Okay. Again, we are on loan. This body is on loan. That's what she's made up of. Okay. And when the water is raging, nothing can stand in its way. When the forest fire, man is careless. There's a bonfire, little you're having a good time. You forget to turn it off. The whole forest is razed down. Okay. You don't mess with her. So right now we have this warning. Okay. So let's heed it. So again, no gloom and doom. There's still hope, like I said. So what can you do? So the first step here is to survive is gratitude. Be grateful. Attitude of gratitude takes you to high altitudes. Okay, believe me, it does. So you woke up this morning, right? Some of you are looking around the room going, what do I have to be grateful for? Let me remind you, you woke up, right? People around you woke up, your friends all woke up, millions didn't. Be thankful, be grateful. When you woke up, you saw a roof over your head. Most people don't. You have food to eat. You're probably right now, mom is cooking. When you wake up, there's, fragrance, aroma coming from the kitchen. Blessings, count your blessings. There's another day. I'll say a little poem here. Another day, another blessing, another chance at life. Take nothing for granted. Think of everything as a gift. Especially right now, that is one lesson if we can learn. Don't take anything, anyone for granted. We are all missing those hugs. We are missing that touch. We are missing all of that. And tomorrow when the life comes back to the new normal or whatever it is, we are going to forget. We have very short memories. And that's why I'm humbly requesting you, let's not give up this chance that she's giving us this time, okay? Again, we live in the past, we forget, okay? We worry about the future. Live in the present. It's called present because it's a gift to you, okay? Live in the present. And you know what happens is, I love India. We have a very rich heritage, tradition, and culture, but we forget, okay? In our books, it's all written, Vedas and all of them talk about living in the present, okay? But it comes back packaged from the West as mindfulness and everybody's running after it. Again, let us respect and, instead of other people stealing our stuff and then repackaging, and just because it came from the West, we take it on. Okay, moving on. One more request I have is never stop doing little things for others. Sometimes those occupy the biggest part in their heart. There are a lot of lonely people out there. So if you can do a good act, if you can smile at somebody, you might make somebody's day. If you can pick up somebody, if you can lend a helping hand, please do that, okay? And then again, one more reminder is sometimes when you look back, those little things that you thought were little were the big things. And life is almost, coming to an end, and we missed out on all that good stuff, okay? On that note, again, so that was number one, gratitude, okay? Moving on, control the mind. We already talked about that. Take charge of your life. It's very simple. Again, remember the virus, I'll just give an example. The virus is the action, right? Do you have control over it? No. What do you have control over? You. Remember, when you look in the mirror, this is the only one you can change. This is the only one you have control over, okay? Because when you point fingers, 3 are pointing back at you, okay? So what reaction is what, and that's what causes stress in our lives, is our reaction to the action. That is taking place. Does not matter whether, you're there or not. The virus is there, okay? How you react to it will determine whether you survive or not, okay? And again, God forbid you do get the virus. I mean, a lot of people, we hear of survival rates every day. Your duty is that nobody else gets it from you. That is your obligation. You get it, you isolate yourself, you do what you need to do, come back to health, okay? But nobody else should get it from you, okay? That's how we are going to survive this in it together, as doctors had said before, okay? And then again, the positive affirmations I talked about, that's number 3 on my list. Think positive, increase your vibrations. And when we increase our vibrations, we are all connected. There's nothing separate in this universe. When you move one thing, something else gets moved. Okay. There's a volcano eruption at one end of the world. There's earthquake at the other, because again, we are connected. It's just those plates. We've just made these silos. We've just separated ourselves. We are all connected. So when you are positive, your family is positive, or whoever around you are all positive, it raises the collective consciousness. When you pray, when you meditate, when you do good things, when you're grateful, the collective consciousness increases. Okay. So again, the universe is waiting for us. Okay. And again, like I said, affirmations, they're too good to be true, but they are true. Okay. Proven. So how do you increase your immunity? Oh, one more before we go on. I'm going to show you this. Okay. I hope you can see that. Is that backwards? Okay. How others treat you is their karma. How you react is yours. This was quoted by Buddha. So that goes back on that same quotation. Okay. So increasing your immunity. How are you going to do that? Okay. Very simple. Eat, drink, and do what your nani and dadi did. Period. That's it. And if some of you are blessed to have them with you, please respect them, revere them. They're full of wisdom. And I'll tell you one more thing. Our culture is so beautiful. So you can't hug them probably now. If you can, do that. Otherwise, if you touch their feet, you will notice, you will feel so much better after you're done, because there's a transfer of energy. Okay. Our culture, all our old traditions, all had meaning. And the blessings that come out are from their heart. So when you have an exam or something, you just go there and you will excel in that exam because of the energy transfer that happened. Okay. So moving right on one more thing. There's the Central Council of Indian Medicine, CCIM, and I think Ayush is a department. And I think all of you are supposed to have that app on you. And I would like to ask you, what does it stand for? And I don't know if you even know what Ayush stands for. I'll tell you. So A is for Ayurveda. In fact, I gave a talk yesterday and I really had no idea. I studied up on it. And that's one thing you can do in the lockdown. Learn something new. Use it. And Ayurveda is such an old traditional medicine, which even WHO has recognized. And thank God, Dr. Harshvardhan is going to be heading it soon. So proud. You go, India. Okay. So, all right. A is Ayurveda. Okay. Y is yoga, naturopathy. U is for Unani medicine. S is for your Siddha medicine. And H stands for homeopathy. Okay. And I tease my sister, it's called a pseudoscience, but she lives by that. So again, besides the point, okay? So I have a whole page full of what you can do, but the kara, which I drink every day, I have a cup sitting right here because it's almost my 1:30 moving on, which reminds me, I think I better hurry up and finish up over here. So kara, that's what you drink. Tulsi, neem, I have neem growing outside. I have a neem plant over here. I eat its leaves every day. Okay, not your meetha neem, not the curry pata. I have a neem out there. Okay, so again, you can meditate. Okay, and then where's my one sheet? So I have a whole sheet, like I said, but okay. So this was all about you. All these things I told you was about you. Increase your immunity, eat, drink, what your nani dadi did, increase your immunity. All of that was for you. So now let's talk about the environment. And again, remember, you are nothing. You are small, you're insignificant, okay? But you can still make a difference. So respect her, Mother Earth, Mother Nature, Mother Universe, okay? Love her, nurture her, keep her calm. Don't let her get any angrier than she is. Raise her vibration, raise your vibration, and in the same way, raise her vibration, okay? Treat her with respect, and how are you going to do that, okay? Especially since, again, a reminder, we did not inherit this earth. We are not going to leave it any better than we found it, but at least don't mess it up. Stop. It's my humble request to you. Okay? So how are we going to do this? Recycle, reuse, renew. Another request. One-time use plastic that was inherited came right from the West, again, copied from the West. Please stop. Do not use it. It is not meant for that. We have proper good things in India. Eat on a pattal, eat on, do not use one-time plastic. It is creating, we already have islands of plastic floating out there. Let India not contribute to that, please. I request you. So recycle, reuse, renew. You guys want to copy the West? Do you know when we started recycling? I've been here 38 years and my baby is 33. So yes, about 20 years ago, 25 years ago, USA started to recycle. And even then you had to like put everything in a van and take it over. There was one day. So now at least we do that. And what do we have in India for ages? Kabadi wala, right? The guy would come to your home and take your stuff and pay you. So India is ahead of its time, okay? And I'm sure that is, again, really recycled. Over here, it's going into a dump. I know that after I save everything, I make a difference. And that, again, each one of us can make a difference. So don't think you're helpless, okay? So moving on. What else can you do? Plant, 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 okay? Like Sakshi was saying, she planted a tree last time. Who's stopping you now? Okay, go out, plant another one for me today, okay? Plant herbs, plant bushes, flowers, vegetables, fruits, anything, okay? Put it in pots, put it on rooftops, put it if you're blessed to have a field, go plant that field, fill it up. Okay, I had an acre garden before, but right now I have maybe a 4 by 12, not even 12 plot out there. I have garlic in it, I have mint in it, I have roses. You can see the roses, I don't know if you can. I have roses in my garden, I have moon growing in my garden, okay? It is what you want to do. So please, because what happens is when you have trees, they give you oxygen. They're providing you life. They hold all your, the roots together they prevent erosion. They give you food, they give you water, they give you everything. So please go out and plant. This again is going on in India, I know, boycott foreign stuff. I'm not going to mention any countries here. Reduce your carbon footprint. Okay, you want strawberries, you want blueberries that travel from across from the other. Why? Eat all the fruits in season, what is grown locally. Buy local, be Indian, buy Indian. Okay, we still have time. If we start doing that, we might save her, Your trash, your garbage, kachra. Don't leave it all over. Okay, clean up after yourself and remind others to do the same. And that's what we have to do. If you watch somebody else doing that, because I recall one time I was visiting and India is just so wonderful. We were eating mostly, I think, in the car, peanuts. And I was holding the shells in my hand and somebody said, "You're in India now, open the window, throw them out." I said, "Are you kidding me?" Because I'm in India, I'm going to hold on to them because there's other people who already have added piles of trash. If you were in America, would you do that? No. So why? Why do we change when we go back home? Okay, but again, sorry. Okay, another thing, volunteer. Give time, give what you don't have. It's very easy to write a check and give it if you have loads of money. Okay, that's not charity. That's not volunteer. Give what you don't have. Here, I don't have time. And what do I give? I give of myself, I give time. And it is such a rewarding experience. Over here, the students have to do volunteer work. They go to doctor's offices and there are other places. So you young kids out there, I'm requesting you, please volunteer, start this tradition, this beautiful, copy that from the West, copy time efficiency, copy all of that from the West, not the negatives that we do right now, okay? So again, so what can we do? Okay, I'm almost done, Sakshi, sorry, thank you for the time. So we are in lockdown, right? Use it. Don't sit there and crib about, oh my God, I'm in lockdown. Renew yourself, rejuvenate, refresh yourself, learn a new skill, learn how to play the guitar, learn something, plant a tree. There is so much to do. This time has been given to you. This is family time. time that you will never have again. Remember, you're going to look back and say, I wish I had played more with my children. These little things are the big things in life. Enjoy. It is not a destination, it's a journey. Enjoy each day. Stop, smell the roses. Okay. Again, I don't know if you can read it backwards, but I just got these in the mail the other day. I'm not telling you it's going to be easy. I'm telling you it's going to be worth it. Okay. And another thing is, all of you kids out there, dream big, reach for the stars. At least you'll fall somewhere there, right? But then again, dreams don't work unless you do. Okay. So again, it's that you again. Okay. So you have to get back to that. So now I'm almost to the end, and I'm going to end with a nice poem, which I picked up. I can't give credit. I cut it out of a newspaper when I was in India earlier. So I'm just going to read it to you. Love what you do. Do what you love. Not because someone's asking you to, but because you want to. Not because you've got to, but because you love to. Dream big. Don't be scared. The journey, while exhausting, is so exciting. The rewards, totally worth it. So turn work into play, struggle into fun, ride on unhindered performance. Do it once, do it again. Let your journeys be exciting and your quest endless. And on that note, I'm going to end. Thank you very much. And it's been a pleasure talking to all of you. I wish I could see you. I'm that huggy, touchy person, but again, I'm making the most of the lockdown, and so must you. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Pranam.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think we all are delighted to listen to you. It's always a pleasure. I had the pleasure of listening to you some weeks back in one of the webinars, and I decided then and there that if I had an opportunity of hosting a webinar, or conference or any event, I will definitely ask you to join in. And I'm very sure that all our participants, as I can see the comments are pouring in, excellent session, full of positivity. Thank you, ma'am. We are so thankful. We are proud of our heritage. We are proud to be an Indian now. There are so many that are there on YouTube. So thank you so much. And I feel these times of lockdown, these times when we are facing this pandemic, where we do not have this road ahead of us, which is so uncertain, that you have given us this positive thought that eagles soar. So why should we crawl? And all those who matter don't mind, and all those who mind do not matter. So
Really.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Roadmap to future environment starts with a little monkey here.
Yes,
So
yes. In my honor and privilege, thank you for having me. Thank you.
Yeah, we need to control ourselves to design our own future.
Totally,
Thank
totally.
you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So now next, I will invite the next keynote speaker, Professor Joanna Collingwood. She is going to join us from Warwick, United Kingdom. And I will just introduce her. Professor Joanna Collingwood has been an academic in the School of Engineering at the University of Warwick since 2009 and was recently appointed to a professional chair. Professor Collingwood holds degrees from University of New York and University of Warwick. And as an early career researcher at University of Florida, she developed a focus on trace metals in neurodegenerative disorders with fellowship support from the Alzheimer's Society and the UK Research Councils. Professor Collingwood formerly represented the UK in the European Synchrotron Users Organization and chaired the Diamond Synchrotron User Committee. She is currently a grand panel member for the SOLEIL synchrotron in Paris. Her role at University Warwick includes significant responsibility for gender equality and diversity. She has supported the institution to gain and retain an Anthena Swan Silver Award and recently led the School of Engineering to an Anthena Swan Silver Award. Professor Collingwood chairs the University of Warwick Gender Task Force and is a member of the organizing committee for the forthcoming Triennial International Conference for Women in Engineering and Science. So without much delay, I would like to request Professor Collingwood to kindly unmute her mic and deliver her talk.
Thank you. It's a great privilege to be here. Before I start, can I just check that it's possible to share my slides, as at the moment I don't have that option?
Yes.
Thank
You
you.
may.
You may.
Wonderful. Here we go. So I think hopefully. Okay. Are you able to see that easily now?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Lovely. Great. Fantastic. So it's been, I appreciate with the time difference, I'm sorry I haven't been able to join you from the very outset this morning, but at the same time, it's been wonderful to hear the words of our previous speaker. And perhaps a message that resonated with me immediately is that we are very quick to forget. My background speaking to you today is purely as a fellow academic working in a university setting. My training happens to be in the sciences, but my interests span the arts, they span history, they span all the wonderful disciplines I've had exposure to over the years. But my professional training is in the sciences. And what I'm going to talk to you about today, where I'm reflecting on gender equality in particular, is because of my practice at the university. So I have no formal qualification when it comes to equality and diversity. This is a journey that I'm on and where I'm still learning in the way that I work with my institution and the way I learn from my colleagues in the wider community. I'd like to offer my sincere thanks to Dr. Singh and Dr. Walker, colleagues, for inviting me to speak at this event today. And I think it's an incredible opportunity to stop and reflect on what the future environment might be that we see emerging as a consequence of this global pandemic. So, first of all, I think this situation, as we all know, has brought many rapid changes to our everyday working environment in the university. And so I'm going to be drawing on observations from others, as well as some of our experience in the School of Engineering. I'm going to share extracts from a number of articles that I feel have been particularly pertinent in the past weeks and months. And so my context is as a professor where I have responsibility for research, for teaching and administration in our institution. I'm based in the School of Engineering. And for the last 5 years, I've had this responsibility to advance gender equality in our School of Engineering and more recently throughout the institution. We have a strong framework for gender equality work in the UK universities in the form of the Athena Swan Initiative, which actually was referring to in the introduction, the kind introduction there. And the work that we do in that space is to apply for charter marks to reflect the work being undertaken. I will introduce you to some of that work today to provide context, but I think the two key points that I want to make today are that tremendous change can be achieved rapidly, but that change is really fragile, and unless steps are taken to recognise and embed new ways of working, opportunities will be lost. I think today I'm going to focus on the interplay between work towards gender equality in the academic sector and the impact of COVID-19. And although I appreciate that the examples I'm drawing on are specifically from the United Kingdom, I hope there are aspects of our experience that will resonate with our colleagues internationally. I'd like to start by sharing a quote from Emma Lawrence at the Nursing and Midwifery Council. I think this indicates the scale of the challenge that we have ahead. So pandemics act on social fault lines. Existing fractures resulting from systemic inequalities which have not been addressed have a likelihood of deepening further. So I want to start by looking at diversity and the impact of diversity in organisations. Equality, diversity and inclusion is an area which we've been looking at in a very formal way because it hasn't been sufficiently addressed through everyday practice by individuals to really bring us the societal inclusion and productivity and opportunity that we would like. And so historically, we have had equality as a word that we've used in our organisational management, but more recently in the UK, it's become the norm to use the term diversity, so the state of being diverse or having large variety, and inclusivity, the practice or policy of including people who might otherwise be excluded or marginalised. And when we talk about groups, we have a framework under our Equality Act from 2010, which put it into law that we cannot discriminate on the basis of factors such as gender, ethnicity, disability, and so forth. But there's an understanding that the list that we have contrived in that framework is not all encompassing. And so the spirit of this is really about recognizing where groups are marginalized for reasons of their cultural background, of their acquired characteristics or their genetic inheritance, and to ensure as an inclusive environment as possible. And we find that people with different protected characteristics are not heard equally. And in a recent talk, I emphasised work from others that in the case of gender equality, women's voices are not heard in the same way as men's voices by either men or women. And so understanding differences and ways of inclusion extends to understanding different characteristics and the different ways in which we have expectations when we listen. The cumulative impact of these assumed differences and these assumed behaviours and these micro behaviours, they're cumulative over a lifetime. And what it really means is that we're putting filters onto the groups around us in our society for reasons that don't map to ability, but it really impacts opportunity in such a way that we have missing talent and we have unfulfilled potential. So when we look at the business case for if we are to be that brutal about it for equality and diversity and inclusion, some people work in this space because their priority is other people, their priority is being as inclusive as possible. Others are going to be looking at this from a business perspective and saying, this is fantastic sentiment, but what's the impact for our organization? If we're to be more inclusive, do we want to invest time and energy in this? And so a number of reports have been produced to make it very clear that businesses operate differently when we're more inclusive. So we have a quote from National Grid that the most compelling reason for diversity is that we need to access the best talent. And when we look at the impact on organisations of involving women more equally in decision making, we find that the numbers at the early stages in our careers, certainly in the UK, we have a real problem that at university and early careers, we have a lot of gender equality, but attrition rates are increasing as people progress through an organisation, universities and other organisations alike. And what happens is that we filter out a range of the talent that's available, and the evidence suggests companies with strong female representation at board and at top management level perform better than those without, and that gender diverse boards have a positive impact on performance, and that boards make better decisions where a range of voices drawing on different life experiences can be heard. So this argument isn't limited to any particular characteristic. I'm speaking specifically about women today because this is the area in which I practice and I have some experience, but there are many, many critical things here. And as we go forward into the post-pandemic era, I hope sooner rather than later, because it feels like we're a very long way from that right now, including many voices in the decision making, having cooperation and drawing on the different life experience is going to be very important for the way we make these decisions. When we look at a company performance, where that is a metric that matters, companies with women on their boards were found to outperform their rivals, 42% higher return in sales, 66% higher return on invested capital, and 53% higher return on equity. So those looking at this from a business perspective need to be aware of this. But factors I find particularly interesting are that the more gender balanced boards were more likely to identify criteria for measuring strategy, monitoring its implementation, following conflict of interest guidance and adhering to a code of conduct. We're more likely to ensure better communication and focus on additional non-financial performance measures such as employee and customer satisfaction, diversity and corporate social responsibility. So many fundamental things in the integrity and responsibility with which an organisation operates are also improved by having greater diversity and greater representation of different life experiences. In the UK, in the university sector, we have a framework for advancing gender equality under various charter marks, so not just gender equality, but many different forms. And in the particular example I'm showing to you here is the Athena Swan initiative. Now, the Athena Swan initiative is something that many universities have been working to since 2005 when it was first established by Dame Julia Higgins, Caroline Fox and Nancy Lane. It came out of the Athena project, which set its sights high from the beginning. It was recognised that women in research careers who took a career break in order to raise their children, or even simply to take maternity leave for a matter of months, were never able to level the playing field on their return. They were always offset in their career progression by that interruption to their studies. And viewing it as an interruption to studies when it's about bringing the next generation into the world, to me has always seemed perhaps a brutal way of phrasing it. And how can we look at, in the research pathway, it's quite critical. Certainly in the UK, we have a situation where the quantity of output, the number of research papers that somebody produces, the amount of income they bring in, is critical in determining whether they can succeed in that field. And so having a level playing field becomes critical. And it was recognised that those who were taking the very necessary break in order to be able to have children and to support their families were not able to catch up. And many were falling out of the system because they simply couldn't generate enough papers and grant income at this critical point in their careers to compete. So we're losing talent. So the Athena Swan project, run for women by women, the aim was to level the playing field for academic women in science and to stop their loss from the sector. And it worked closely with universities and it demanded involvement of the leadership. And so 2005, it was explicitly established to advance careers of women in science, technology, engineering, maths and medicine, and looking at their employment in higher education and research. But in 2015, I think it broadened in two ways. Firstly, it became more inclusive of other disciplines and it removed this artificial division between, for example, physical science and other forms of science and social sciences and other support roles. But it also recognised that gender equality was important and that discrimination worked in many different directions. Many of the challenges faced by our male colleagues in raising their families and having their responsibilities, these were shared. And so the wording of the charter has changed in this regard to be more inclusive. So it now recognises gender equality more broadly and not just barriers to women progression that affect women. Currently, the School of Engineering holds an Athena Swan Silver Award, as does the university at institutional level. So what has this meant for our ways of working prior to the COVID-19 pandemic? Under the Athena Swan initiative, we had made changes at departmental and institutional level. So in particular, we're looking at changes in flexible working, and this had been very well received by all staff. Some of the things that we've done have been extremely simple. In a world where email communication is very easy and is something that we can do from devices that are always to hand, the flood in some cases of email for staff and the challenge to respond to all of this is something that has created a lot of pressure. And so simply having a tagline on an email, so I have an example here, if having a tagline on the email that there's no expectation of a reply outside of your normal working hours. This messaging is important if people are to have a chance of managing work-life balance when with the technology available to us, there can be pressure to work 24/7. It can become very hard to find balance in our lives when we're also doing a very high pressure job. When we surveyed our staff to understand the flexibility in their working patterns, whether they had no flexibility and were expected to show up at a particular time and to leave at a particular time, whether they had an informal agreement with their line manager, some kind of understanding, which is very typical for most of us in the academic pathway in the United Kingdom, or whether they had a formal agreement, a documented agreement that could be passed from one line manager to another and understood. And when we looked at this, we found that we had a number of male academic staff and support staff who were in caring roles as well as females, and the impact across the School of Engineering for embedding recognition of more flexible ways of working, more flexible working hours was very well received in terms of work-life balance. And an anonymous quote that we had in a survey that we ran was that there'd been great progress in the department in recent years, and that flexible working culture is in place. Many of us take benefit of it. I believe this is the biggest support from my department on individuals. So that element of control in individuals' lives was really important to their well-being. And I think that's something that we know is arising from the COVID-19 situation, that there's increased scope for flexibility in how and where people work. And the fact that I can be speaking with you today from the UK without having contributed to the pollution by taking a long flight, without having used additional resource. It would be wonderful to be in a real room with all of you and to be able to connect in that way. But I still think there's a tremendous amount that we can achieve remotely and that we should value and recognise that. Another thing that we did was we looked at the reality of the roles of our colleagues. And historically in the UK, our promotion system in many ways has rewarded selfish behaviour. It has rewarded people pushing to be the most prominent, um, the, the the individual with the most grant funding, the person with the most papers, the person with the most prestige. And whilst it is true that we still look for success in these very critical areas in terms of researchability and impact and what people can deliver, we're looking at a broader portfolio of impact. We're looking to value the people who nurture their teams, who are responsible towards their colleagues, and who create a better, wider working environment where everybody can achieve. We're looking at those who bring not just administrative service, if we're to use the term as it's actually written into much of our work. Our administration is essentially strategic approaches, development approaches to making the organisation work better and to look after our colleagues. So the framework, although we have to demonstrate impact, the new promotions framework that we've brought in values a wider range of behaviours, and it reflects a greater diversity of what people value in contributions and progression. And what's been really interesting is that in the first couple of years of us bringing this in to recognise all the valuable aspects of people's roles and not just to cherry pick a few, we found that there were a number of women who had not previously been promoted, who in this system were considered to exceed the criteria, to the extent that we had really positive feedback from the external reviewers, and we found that there was a 100% success rate for women who applied for professorial promotion over the first couple of years of having this new scheme in place. For male colleagues as well, who had been playing a really substantial role in supporting the workings of the institution and delivering impact in that space, it gave them a way forward where they hadn't been able to prioritise to such an extent their research, and those who have made tremendous contributions to teaching and learning and were delivering research in its own right in this space were also able to be recognised and supported. I like to comment on the day-to-day impact of the Athena Swan initiative because it's impacted us across many areas in terms of recruitment of students and staff, our work-life balance, in terms of flexible working, which I've mentioned, but also career breaks and a travel support fund for times when people are expected and have the opportunity to travel, have carer responsibilities. So, for example, it could be used for somebody to bring a parent or a spouse with them when they are traveling for work, that they have somebody come with them to help look after their child so they don't have to be separated during that time. These things make a tremendous difference. Also to progression and promotion. And these approaches, they're about more inclusive, better ways of working, and in practice, it means that men are being given more of a chance to have this balance as well, and it increases shared need. And reflecting on this, it's actually very interesting in the light of the current COVID-19 situation to think what happens when people suddenly have the same situation in terms of their location, their jobs, and caring responsibilities. Are they shared? And there was an article which I'd like to share with you now from Toby Milden on the Diversity Q website. And he wrote this just on the 3rd of June this week. And he wrote that COVID-19 is shining light on some of the inequalities that we see in society, that workplaces play a really important role in challenging these inequalities. Workplaces educate employers on creating a fairer society, which they take back to their families around the dinner table after work. They bring diverse people together under one organisation to collaborate and work towards common goals, visions, missions, and create safe cultures where people feel like they belong. Very often, our workplaces are much more diverse than our circle of friends and family. When we first entered lockdown in the UK, I was hopeful that one of the silver linings would be to see more men taking an active role in caring responsibilities. I was hopeful because I remembered the Equal Lives research that the business and the community conducted, where they said that if men took more active role in caring responsibilities at home, that this could help to close the gender pay gap in the workplace. And so the quote from the report that Toby Milden is referring to said, "The gender pay gap does not exist solely because women take on the majority of caring responsibilities, but it does increase significantly when there are children in the family. It's an accepted truth for both men and women. If men were more involved in caring, women could progress further in their careers." But under the COVID-19 situation, when we look at what's actually happening in our society in the UK, latest data tell us that the average gender pay gap has increased by a percentage point just in the year to April. And they found mothers were 47% more likely to have permanently lost their job or quit in this situation, 14% more likely to have been furloughed since the start of the crisis. The gender pay gap, just for clarity, is a mandatory thing now for any organisation in the UK with 250 or more employees. We have to publish and report specific figures about our gender pay gap, and it's an institution-wide number. So, for example, if we had only women in the lower paid posts and only men in the high paid posts, we're looking at the average salary for the women, the average salary for the men, so we would have a very big pay gap. It does not mean that there is a difference at a particular grade. We expect equality of pay at a particular grade, but the demographic in the institution is critical. And so if we look at Warwick's figures as an example, we see we have a substantial pay gap in this context. We have a very different demographic, and in the lower quartile, females are 68% of the workforce, and then we go to the upper quartile, males are 64% of the workforce. And as we look up across the grades, we see that the majority of the grades, the level of pay is equivalent, but when we get to the higher grades, we have far fewer women, and we have some difference in the pay. And so this has led to work to check systematically, particularly at the higher grades, that individuals are being paid equivalent amounts for equivalent work. This is the first step, but it shows, as we dig into this to understand why we have a pay gap of this order, it highlights to us where there are many things in our society that drive these differences and look at ways to potentially overcome them. We do this through looking at leadership development, family-friendly and reward initiatives, and recruitment initiatives in the context of our institution. And in the strategy, I want to draw attention just to two things here because I think they're very relevant to our current situation. The first is a carers leave policy. And remember, this is pre-COVID-19 that we're looking at this. That the carers leave policy is to offer better support to people who have caring responsibilities and to enable them to be included in ways of working. And then the second point in the strategy, and this is to 2030, this was a long-term strategy, was to find a way of working in more agile ways in the organization, more flexible ways of working, so individual staff and teams, without any within operational requirements of their role, to have more say about where and when and how they work. Because evidence is that agile working can drive inclusion, along with well-being, engagement, allowing us to retain and attract a greater diversity of staff. And of course, almost overnight, this has become the default to work remotely, to meet online. And at the same time, the childcare options have been lost for the majority of us for the duration of the crisis. Our schools are closed, the nurseries are closed. We cannot be with our parents, with our extended family who would usually be providing this support. So what's actually happened? And we see in the previous words from Toby that we have an increasing gender pay gap, and we appear to have some greater challenges here. The Institute of Fiscal Studies published in recent weeks the results from interviews of 3,500 families, and this is right across, this is not limited to academic sector, this is families in the UK, to find out what was happening. And I will be brief, I'm conscious of time here, but just to pull up the key points, they found that there was very different behaviours in the home where parents had equivalent workloads, that the mothers were still doing substantially more of the caring work in the home, even though both parents are now nominally in the same situation. They have equivalent roles in a workplace, equivalent level of responsibility, equivalent salary even. They're still having a big difference in the behaviours within the home. And so I think this is an important learning point for us when we're thinking about equality and inclusion for the future, that we still have many defaults in the way that we behave, certainly in the United Kingdom. I'd be fascinated to know whether these patterns are global or whether these are particular things that we created within certain cultures. When we look at the impact for research, for academic research, there's a very interesting article in The Guardian recently that women's research was plummeting during lockdown, but articles from men increased, and that many female academics were saying that juggling their career with coronavirus childcare is overwhelming. And the impact on concentration is arguably the biggest challenge here, not to be able to work uninterrupted, to be able to think, formulate ideas. And so here, when we look at specifically at work in the academic sector, the number of article submissions being received from women by British Journal for Philosophy of Science had dropped significantly, and there had not been the same difference for men. In fact, it was then found in other areas of study that the numbers of submissions from men had almost doubled. So where we have these offsets in ability to make progress and to develop the research, there will be a legacy from this when we go back into our former ways of working, and it is very, very challenging to think how we can sensibly even take this into account. So there's a quote I'd like to share with you from Professor James Wilston, Director of the New Research and Research Institute at the Wellcome Trust, where he says we have to be very cautious that we are not privileging those who are able to use the coronavirus situation as time to race ahead of their peers, who are not held back by talent or aspiration, but by the need to do homeschooling and put 3 meals a day on the table. He hopes some good might come out of lockdown for women, and that universities might be forced to confront calls for more flexible working. All the juggling and the hidden labour of domesticity that's part of many academics' real lives is now being brought into view, he says. Maybe when those things are raised in the future, universities will be better at understanding. Yeah. I believe, yes, I've been picking up a phone call perhaps from one of our participants here. Is that correct? Are other people also hearing this? If it's possible just to mute the microphone, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so in concluding, I'd like to pause and just look back to a century ago, to the formation of the Women's Engineering Society and the reason that it formed. The Women's Engineering Society supports and inspires women to achieve as engineers and scientists and as leaders as they encourage education of engineering and support companies with gender diversity and inclusion. And so Women's Engineering Society, it's been very active over the years, and I've been able to be involved with it in terms of supporting our students, encouraging our students. And we have a crazy situation in the UK where we have our parents and children from the time they are learning to speak believing that engineering is a subject for boys and it's not for girls. And to have this ingrained into our culture is one of the craziest filters that we ever created for ourselves, and something that we really need to address, because whenever we're able to measure properly and look at ability, we find there's no difference from gender. We create these cultural constructs for ourselves. They're inordinately unhelpful when we have a shortage of engineers, a shortage of people into the sector. We cannot afford to be filtering people out because of gender. The Women's Engineering Society was founded for a fascinating reason, which I think is very relevant to what we are dealing with currently. We had a time of crisis 100 years ago with the global war, which we refer to in UK as World War I. And the Women's Engineering Society was founded in 1919 by a small committee from the National Council of Women, which had been created during the 1914-18 war to get women into work to release men for the armed forces. This group of influential women had government backing to support women engineers who, although welcomed into the profession during World War I, they were under pressure at the end of the war to leave the workforce to release jobs for men returning to the forces. And so these women founded the Women's Engineering Society, not only to resist this pressure, but also to promote engineering as a rewarding job for women as well as for men. And so because many of the Women's Engineering Society's founders had been involved in war work during the First World War, they had experience of running and managing factories, of working shop floors, design studios, workshops, and engine sheds. They had experience and skills unavailable to them during peacetime. And so for them, this was progress in the context of a devastating wider picture, that within it there was this opportunity that was created for people to fulfill their potential, to use these skills, use these abilities. But we took a step back. The Restoration of Pre-War Practices Act in 1919 forced women to give up their posts. So many felt this to be unfair, and whilst most women went back, more or less in agreement to domestic duties, a number decided to take advantage of the training the war had given them and to carry on as engineers. And so this was the birth of the Women's Engineering Society. So it was a resistance to slipping back to former ways of working. And today we still have a shortfall. Only 11% of the British engineering workforce is female. I am very much a minority as an engineering professor in the UK, yet women have continued to play a significant role in this field. And I think as we emerge into the COVID-19, the post-COVID-19 pandemic era, we need to be really proactive to ensure that new opportunities that we see are recognised and valued and properly supported. And so in the context of what happens beyond COVID-19, this is my conclusion, I think we can take a lesson, and a very, very, very interesting, strange lesson from what the UK government has been doing in the past week. In response to the UK lockdown, new systems were quickly initiated to permit remote participation for our members of parliament to vote digitally, so they had a voice in decision-making process, regardless of their location. We had government advice that people must shield if they have certain health conditions that put them at risk, or that they must isolate themselves if they have any chance of exposure to COVID-19 of the disease for a period of 2 weeks, or if they were elderly, or if they are living with somebody who is very vulnerable. And so it was really important not to disenfranchise these people and to make it possible for them to vote. But a subsequent decision to return to physical voting this week effectively disenfranchised those who can't return following their own government's advice. So it led to a very heated debate. So we had the articles earlier in the week. The MPs were furious about the forced return of physical voting to the Commons, because suddenly everybody who cannot yet return is disenfranchised. Then in the queuing that resulted and the efforts to vote in this way and to maintain social distancing, this really put a lot of pressure to rethink the system, and those advocating for equality and diversity across the parties were really challenging this decision. And then there was a U-turn, and they arranged so that members of parliament can vote by proxy. And for the majority of them, they're now in a position to take part. But I think it's just a measure of how, even while we're still in COVID-19, it is possible for us to lose some of the things that we see as progress. So, finally, to conclude, there's a strong business case for increasing equality, diversity, and inclusion in the workplace. And the COVID-19 pandemic is actually threatening progress in this area in the short term, and a return to normal can be expected as the aspiration for many. But COVID-19 has also revealed opportunities to create a more inclusive workforce, and that the community initiatives such as Athena Swan, formal societies that represent minorities are vital to share experience and build networks to identify available support and to create future opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Collingwood. Very informative session. Great amount of data on your research on women, how their uh, situation, the way they are facing workplace challenges, how will it transform after COVID-19? Thank you for sharing all that. And I feel as our conference is all about chalking out a plan for how should we um, actually live our lives in the future, we need to definitely throw light upon gender equality, because that is something that we have been actually ignoring for a very long time. And that is what the nature has always been emphasizing upon. And this time is definitely time for us to look back and to take clue from all those people like you who have worked
Yeah.
greatly in the field of science and technology for the upliftment of women, for the for chalking out greater plans for them for boosting their careers. Thank you so much for joining us. And I know it is very early for you to join. It has been very early for you to join us because of time zone difference. But I really appreciate that you took out time from your busy schedule of child responsibilities and other things as well. And you gave us this opportunity to be enlightened by your thoughts and to mold our thoughts towards a innovative thinking of chalking out our way of a new life, a new normal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Uh, we are honored that we have now with us Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, Professor Ashok Mittal. Uh, and I would like to request our principal, Professor S.P. Singh, to kindly extend him a warm welcome and then introduce him for his address.
It's my pleasure and a privilege to welcome on this forum Professor Ashok Mittal, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, the Chief Patron of the Organizing Committee, and the Chief Guest of this conference. Professor Ashok Mittal has been a very distinguished economist, and in that capacity, he served as professor in the Department of Economics, Aligarh Muslim University for 21 years and supervised a number of PhD and MPhil dissertations. He held various positions of administration in the university, like he was provost and was in various very responsible committees of the university. He has authored two very prominent books, Economics of Cinema Industry in India in 1995 and Capital Inflow in India a macroeconomic analysis in 2014. And he has published a number of papers in international and national journals of repute and has held positions uh, of responsibility as resource persons, keynote speaker, and various other important positions in various academic deliberations that have taken place uh, world over. He has been associated with in various capacities with number of funding agencies in collaboration with which he has brought out very significant projects. And he has worked with eminent economists of the country like Professor D.K. Srivastava, Professor T.V.S. Ram Mohan Rao, and Professor T. Krishna Kumar. Ever since he has taken over as the Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar University, we can always see a fresh wave of enthusiasm. He has always encouraged, like a mentor, the teaching staff, and has been very sensitive to the needs of the students around. It is indeed a pleasure and an honor to welcome you, sir. Sir, just to give, we
Thank you
started
very
at
much, Professor.
Sir, we started at 10 and we had Dr. Meena Rathi from New Jersey who talked to us about how to prepare ourselves for a post and to meaningfully contribute in a post COVID environment. Professor Joe Collingwood from the University of Warwick talked about especially the concerns of egalitarianism.
अरे उसे बुलाओ यार जरा दीपक को बुलाओ हेलो 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 आवाज आते आते बंद हो गई हेलो
We can hear you, Professor Mittal.
हेलो हेलो आर यू आई एम ऑडिबल
Sir, you are quite audible, sir.
Yes,
एम आई
sir.
ऑडिबल
Yes, sir, we can hear.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू फॉर प्रोफेसर एसपी सिंह the principal of the college, Professor S.P. Singh, the organizer of this webinar, Sakshi Walker, the convener of this seminar, and the two speakers which have spoken to me before me, Professor Meena Rathir and Professor Collingwood, and Professor J.S. Sharma, and other resource persons and student and my faculty members, very good morning to everybody. I'm very happy to see that the St. John's College of Agra University is organizing a webinar on a very important theme, COVID-19 Roadmap to Future Environment. The environment is a very sensitive issue nowadays, and we all know that during the COVID, we have seen that the environment has improved a lot, whether it is a air pollution or a noise pollution, they have declined significantly. Actually, I'm a student of economics, so I look at things from economics point of view. We know that the this virus has created lot of problems not only in India but worldwide. This particular coronavirus is a virus, and till date we are not able to develop any vaccine to get cured from it. So therefore, now the vaccine will be developed. It will be then under various trials, and then it will be used for the treatment. How much time it will take, whether few months or some years, we don't know. So therefore, I always say now we have to learn to live with it. When we have to learn to live with it, therefore, we have to change our lifestyle. There are a lot of changes will take place, and perhaps post COVID, we will reach to a new normal. For example, we have to maintain the physical distancing, because I distinguish between physical distancing and social distancing. So therefore, I feel we have to maintain the physical distancing and social distancing. We have to use face mask regularly. We have to sanitize our hands very frequently. So they are going to become the part of our life. On the contrary, the environment is another issue. And as economists, we always talk about the sustainable development. This sustainability itself explains that we should make the consumption is such a way that the future generation is not affected. How we will make of it? Therefore, one thing is we have to reduce our conspicuous consumption. We have to reduce the consumption of the luxuries, because it is been proved during the COVID that by our indigenous resources and by consuming the indigenous herbal medicines, we can develop our body immunity and can fight against the COVID. It is been tested many times. Our herbal medicines are doing very well as compared to other chemical medicines. So therefore, now we have to go on to our rural based economy, and we have to develop the rural economies rather. Even in agriculture, we are saying that now we should consume the so-called the domestically used fertilizers, and we should go for a change in the production process rather than using more of chemicals. This environmental problem has arisen because of the use of the chemical fertilizer, use of various other such matters in our day-to-day life. For example, polythene has been banned in many countries because we have seen the side effects of the use of polythene. So therefore, what I feel that we should also learn some lesson from this pandemic period, and we should change our lifestyle. Then only we can be able to sustain our economy, and then we maintain our environment. It is being seen, past is evident from it, that whenever we try to play with the environment, we get a reverse bounce, and it is very dangerous for the human life. So if we want to save our generation from all the ill effects, we have to make our environment very clean. And therefore, we should start working on, because during this period, we have seen that when we have not polluted our river, industries were not operating, so river water has become very clean. There were no vehicles on the roads, so the air pollution has been reduced. Noise pollution has been reduced, and we were feeling life has become very easy now. So therefore, having experience during this pandemic, we should make a life pattern on that basis. And I'm sure if we keep all these things in mind, make a habit of these things in our day-to-day life, we will be able to sustain ourselves, we will be able to protect the environment, and we will have a higher rate of growth of the economy. With these words, I wish that this seminar is going to be very successful. I have seen that Professor Singh has arranged very renowned resource persons in this field. By their deliberation, our faculty members and students will be benefited a lot. I really thank all the resource persons that they have accepted our invitation and spared their valuable time and sharing their views with our faculty members and the students. So once again, I thank all the resource persons and simultaneously the organizers for organizing this important webinar and arranging such good resource persons for our faculty members and students. With these words, I stop here, and once again, I wish a grand success for this webinar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your words are always beacons of light for our path, for our uh, way of thinking. They always provide us with
और लोग ला
the
दें?
pragmatic solutions to all the problems. So thank you so much. Now, taking the conference ahead, I would like to request Dr. Sambal Gordon Singh, the convener of the conference, to kindly introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. J.S. Sharma.
Am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very good morning to you once again, and I'm really fortunate to introduce a renowned, eminent speaker for today's conference, Dr. J.S. Sharma. Dr. Sharma has more than 38 years of experience in the field of pollution prevention and control in petroleum sector as GGM head environment ONGC till June 2018, including Oil Industry Safety Directorate MOPNG. Dr. Sharma did his PhD in chemistry from Agra University and postdoctoral studies from Japan on global environmental issues during 1992 to 93 as STA Fellow, Japan Research Development Corporation, that is JRDC METI, Japan. Dr. Sharma has one patent to his credit, presented a number of papers in international forums in abroad, including many invited talks. He accompanied Government of India delegations, AIST, Government of Japan, and invited for finalization of their research programs in 2014. He also attended Cool Earth Forum on invitation at Tokyo for each year from 2014 to 2019. Dr. Sharma acted as an evaluator for NEDO's research proposal Japan. Research proposals. He attended leadership program in 2015 at IMI Delhi and Amsterdam and IFP Paris, France, San Francisco, USA. ONGC nominated him as non-executive director for OSRL UK and completed oil spill contingency planning course at OSRL Southampton in 1997. He worked at Imperial College London in connection with research work. Dr. Sharma published more than 51 publications and co-authored book on environmental management in petroleum industry, published by MS Willestra. He had been associated as an expert member with Indian Coast Guard for formulation of guidelines on use of oil spill dispersant and Vice Chairman Environment Committee, PhD Chamber, Member HSC Committee in Federation of Indian Petroleum Industry, that is FIPI. Dr. Sharma was resource person on International Geosphere Biosphere Program, that's IGBP, for developing greenhouse emission inventories from petroleum sector by late Dr. A.P. Mitra Bhatnagar, Fellow ex-DG CSIR, Chairman IGBP and co-author of Petroleum Sector, GHG inventories published by CSIR and PL. He had been associated with numerous committees as an expert, member related to environment, EAC industry, MOE FCC, National Task Force for Formulation of Standard, CPCB, Core Group, Central Crisis Group, Alert System in Ministry of Environment and Forest, Disaster Management Group of Delhi, Government, including High Power Committee on Disaster set up by Honorable Prime Minister of India, Justice J.C. Pant Committee member. Environment Committee in FICCI, Helium Committee, DST formulated 10 environmental standards or guidelines published by All Industry Safety Directorate, that is OISD. Dr. Sharma was appointed OSD to Ozone Cell in 1995 in MOEF on deputation. Currently President of Indian Association of Air Pollution Delhi chapter. Quality Council of India, that is QCI, NABET approved as AIA coordinator and functional area expert for in 4 areas during 2014 to 18. So he has a very rich resume. He has achieved a lot, and I welcome Dr. Sharma in this international conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Samuel, and good morning to Professor Singh. He has this college on different culture, different heights by organizing so many events, so many academicians, keeping busy students and faculty, and generating interest in the local city and outside alumni. So once again, I extend my gratitude to St. John's faculties and the principal St. John's College. This is number one. Second, this period particularly appears very critical for the country. Low cost in the air, corona on the ground, earthquake beneath the ground, cyclone, Amphan and Nisar in the sea on the both the coast, fire in the jungle. So what to do? Somebody has to take care about the earth. Then we have today's toll in the newspaper for the global cases about 6.6 million, and with the death of 1.2 million, and India about 2.16 million. So the situation is little serious, but on the other side, we have to learn a lot many experiences from this. And on the, if you say other thing, the deaths out of mosquitoes, out of tuberculosis, out of road accident, maybe much more in our country. So this also we should keep in the mind. Why I am giving this statement, I'll in subsequent my presentation I'll let you know. Then I say the 30% of the food is wasted globally. So this also generates lot of carbon dioxide and decomposition which goes. Then fashion industry also create lot of things. In making one jeans, we use about 7,500 liters of water, just one jean. So that this amount of water, if one can save or change the technology, that is also one thing. Then we have microplastics, about 35%, the ocean is being polluted by the microplastics particles. So what I mean to say, overall, humanity finds itself confronting pandemic and climate change. This I want to convey. Now I am coming to the structured presentation which has been scheduled for today. This is, the lesson learned from the lockdown. Lockdown of Corona COVID-19 and Mighty Earth policy framework for future environment. I say that lesson learned is world become united in the crisis. All of us hearing? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
You are
sir.
quite audible, sir.
We can hear you, sir. If you could
Okay.
put your presentation on slideshow mode.
Okay. So world became united in the crisis. We are sharing and transparent in information sharing. in post-COVID, during the COVID, and became habitual of working from home. This is a new thing the people have learned, the students have learned, and the people have started working. And we realize the value of meeting, touch one-to-one, group meeting, only after imposing the social distancing. We also realized the low points of unnecessary travel, which was earlier a lot of flights, people are going, moving, daytime, with work, without work. Then we need to also understand the human impact on the environment. This is very important. The corona outbreak may be out of this. As of now, people do not know how it has spread concretely, but there are lot of routes postulated for the corona spread over outbreak. But it is ultimately a human impact, human interventions. Then coming to the globally, countries are not prepared to handle such a pandemic. This is a big lesson. Globally, countries are not prepared to handle such a pandemic. Health is the key issue for the humanity as of now. Then we are bound to have multiple precautions at personal level, like disinfecting everything, and compelled to think on how to manage nature and earth. And pandemic has reinforced the links between health, environment, and economy. The probable reason for the pandemic is deforestation has increased our exposure to pathogens carried by the wildlife. This is one. Then we have humans are exploiting natural resources and the world up to its limit. Deforestation is taking to the extent that we every year about 155,000 kilometers of forest destroy or cut for the paper industry and cigarette industry. This is, one can think of the scale of this kind of deforestation. Then footsteps for the future roadmap. It is urgent to find out how far humans can influence the planet before the ecosystem collapse. For example, the tropical coral reefs that are bleaching and dying in the warming water. There is an increase in the temperature of the sea surface water. There is an increase in the ambient temperature. There has been an increase in the coastline coming to the forward from the previous destination. Then we need to find out the links between climate change and the biodiversity. The mighty earth. Everybody says these days that protect earth, protect earth. What is this? Our earth has been in the existence for several thousand years ago, and it will remain in existence, and it will be there for another several thousands of years. It is not that earth is not closed, earth is closed for repair. Enough is enough. There was no threat to the earth itself. There is a threat to human life due to unwarranted human interventions in the earth ecosystem. So because of this, our fear, because of we say protect earth. It is not protecting earth. If we want to protect all of us, then we need to protect earth. Otherwise, earth will remain in existence. Then global lockdown as a win, we should see as a win for nature and climate. The canals in Venice have never been clearer. NASA and European Space Agency satellite images confirm a significant decrease in nitrogen dioxide pollution. A similar effect has been seen in northern Italy, and air quality index has come down to a record level. These are the NASA pictures taken from China and showing the oxide of nitrogen goes down. Then global lockdown as a win for further for nature. Across the Atlantic, in New York, scientists of Columbia University reported but 5 to 10% drop in CO2 emissions during the mid-March. The ocean water is cleaner and more transparent due to minimized activities. The large-scale economic shutdown and lifestyle changes has completely taken place. Then India's unintended benefits. The sky has become blue. Ganges water reported to be drinkable after 2 decades. Oxygen level in Yamuna up by 33%. Hardwar water claimed fit for drinking. The air quality index, its record best. So this is, fortunately I got this the blue sky picture from Agra only. Our college one can see how brilliant sky is there, right? Then they are reclaiming our urban areas, the national highways. They have come because of there is no noise, there is no movement on the road. So the wildlife has come to, or the roads have come to the wildlife, or wildlife come to the roadside. This one has to decide, debatable. Then India unintended other benefits are wildlife reclaimed the outdoor sighted on national highways and roads of many urban areas like deer, elephants, and leopard. The snow-cladded mountains are also visible from long distances. There are some pictures. This is picture from Saharanpur. One can see the Himalayas, and then other pictures one can see from Jalandhar. No, that's not given. Then advent of dolphins in Ganges and Arabian Sea till shore after a decades. It was visible. Then noise pollution replaced by symphony of chattering birds and return of migratory birds. So this picture is from Indonesia. Then there are certain indicators for environmental decision making. For example, the reduction in air quality index. So this gives lot of hints what to do for framework of the policy, or what were our earlier estimations. So, for example, in Delhi, these days the lockdown period initially, or up to the last month, April end, there was no movement of the vehicle on the road, and only the power plants are operational where the gas and coal were being used. So whatever the carbon dioxide or SPM or RSPM or 2.5 was available only because of this. So we can see how the vehicle or combustion of the petroleum products contribute to what share. So this is the good indicator for deciding, for taking a decision making on the environment about air quality index. Then industrial and sewage discharges. Earlier we were believing that our sewage, when it discharges after treatment or untreated to our water streams, it has a role about 66%, and 33% comes about from the industrial discharges. So this myth is gone during this lockout, because the Ganges and other rivers, tributaries, they become very clean. They become very clean. So because this time the industries were shut down, totally shut down, nothing was coming, and only the treated or untreated sewage was going, and still the rivers become clean. That means the contribution of industrial discharges were very high. So we have to take a call on this in the policy framework. Then the presence of birds and migratory birds, that's a big issue, because they play a very big role. Since everybody, I think in St. John's, most of the botany department, they can highlight more, because they have a major role in many pollinations, many other things, and plus they are the what I can say, the part of the ecosystem. So they come when the noise is not there, the climate temperature is less, then the loss of biodiversity. We are cutting trees, we are cutting forests, we are not replacing properly, or it takes time, or we are not growing the proper crops. We want to grow the crops of rice in the Punjab and Haryana, which is not the native crop. The native crop is of Northeast and Andhra. So, but they are practicing, they are even growing the rice crop in the Noida. But why? At what cost? The cost of the water, groundwater. They are charging, they're taking groundwater, they are using more water than the conventional crops of the Northeast. They charge roughly 2,000 kiloliter of water per hectare, and they charge about 5,000 kiloliter of water like that. So this is one has to see very clearly, one has to be trained and educated to grow the native crops which suits to the environment, not for any other thing. Because the rice is being exported from Punjab, Haryana, so people are growing because of commercial gain, but environment is losing. Next. Then policy framework for future environment, we have to come for the emission control. How emission can be controlled? This policy framework has to come out in the form of some rules, legislation. Already some government has taken some path-breaking steps like reduction, like we are jumping to the Bharat 6 fuel. That means reduction in oxide of nitrogen and hydrocarbon by 70%, then PM particulate matter reduction by 50%, and this will be available in now available. Then PSU refineries invested about 35,000 crore in this. Then we have other biofuels production from 2G ethanol, and it is coming 5 places. Then we have taken other compressed biogas. About 66 billion metric ton has been estimated the potential from the municipal solid waste and biomass. Then we have big natural gas push. Government has allowed to increase the gas share in our daily use life from 6 to 15% by 2030. Then we have an incentive for the electronic vehicles, and use of hydrogen to deal with the vehicular air pollution is also in the pipeline. Then we have the critically polluted area. Then where we have the declared as a critical polluted area, but still we permit the expansion of the industry or new industry to come. So that policy framework has to be changed. When critically polluted area has been notified, why to set up a new industry? That is very important point to be considered. Then coming back to the zero liquid discharge, zero liquid discharge has to be maintained by all the industries. It is not advisable to send them to common treatment facilities, which onward transfer to the sea. So that way we lose the fresh water. So fresh water percentage is only 3% on the earth. So this has to be seen, and policy framework has to come. Then we have to aim for the government thermal power stations are also to be seen. They should not discharge much the particulate matters or sulfur dioxide or good quality coal to be used in that, and less fly ash. So in that case, climate and will be the key driver for the energy, and for we have to take the policy framework keeping these issues in this. Then the implementation of the renewable energy is very important part, because of wind energy or electronic energy. This we have to see. Of course, because of lockdown, about total 6 to 7%, the release of hydrocarbon has been suppressed from going to the atmosphere. Then carbon neutrality is another issue. The people coming, lot of industries are coming, lot of things are coming, but carbon neutrality without carbon neutrality. So this one has to see the carbon has to be neutralized by planting a tree. So there should be one. There is a project in Africa called the Plant for the Planet, and 1 million tree they are planting. And there is another project started, a 8,000 kilometer wall of tree being built in Africa. This wall will pass through 20 countries, and about 6 trillion trees will be planted over a period of time. So this is going to be one of the major tasks for the carbon neutrality and development of green belt and afforestation. This has to be done by the industry. every industry need to check out with their emission load, and to neutralize that, the number of plants will be calculated for this. Then what next? Action plan. The critical question remains what needs to be prioritized or added to the existing principle of sustainable development. The situation takes us towards sustainable development plus safe living, safe future, integrating links with health, economy, and environment. This is very important. Integrating the link between health, economy, and environment. This is the key for any action plan. The way forward would be for future environment, we must grow high quality forest cover. The national goal is 1/3 of the area should be the total land area of the country. So development of regional specific standard for relationship between human and wildlife and nature. This is very important because we have a diversified climate. Somewhere we have a desert, somewhere we have torrential rain, somewhere we have dense forest, somewhere we have the coastal areas. So the environment management of these areas with reference to human, wildlife, and nature is very important. There is unless some structured plan to be placed in place, this cannot be done. Next. For future and the integrated farming system, we should not depend upon the conventional farming. We should integrate our farming with medicinal plant. We should integrate the farming with the fodders. We should integrate the farming fruit trees. We should integrate farming the other cereals. So it should be a mix. So the mixed kind of the wildlife, mixed kind of ecosystem is developed, which is healthy for the surroundings and society. The development of smart cities and villages as per the traditional system of architecture has to be done. Like the Jodhpur and Rajasthan has different Jodhpur and this thing has the different architecture. The same architecture is not possible in the northeast. What people are building in northeast is not possible in Shimla and the Chennai. So it has to be with the regional climate, the indoor, considering the indoor pollution and other aspects, the temperature, all that, and the height, everything has to be seen in this. The carrying capacity based development has to be made. You know, the country has lot of industrial areas. Country has lot of industrial areas and a lot of expansion of the industrial areas, a special economic zone, and they have been developed, keep on expanding without the analysis of the carrying capacity. So this is one thing. For example, those who are in Delhi, the heart of the Delhi near AIIMS, we have constructed the major 5,000 flats. In Sarojini Nagar, we've constructed another thousands of flats, where every person holding the 2 cars, then 10,000 cars, where it will be parked and where it will go in the road. So this one has to see the carrying capacity based of things. Then strengthening the R&D capacity building for such a pandemic outbreak. Although this cannot be predicted everywhere, but we must have some kind of R&D dedicated for this kind of pandemic, to who can foresee, who can plan, and who can have everything related to handle this. It's not like that when anything comes, then people search and takes time, and people meanwhile die, and we lost many things. The learning from ancient knowledge and old traditions is very important, because they were living in different things, eco-friendly things they were using. They were very worshipping the trees. The water was potable from every source, and water was mineral. Today mineral water, packaged water, and RO water, people don't know the differences. So this has to be seen. Way forward, innovation and technology for development of clean energy and environment. The innovation is the key, because what we want to bring out to control the things, or to aim something to suppress it, or the technology for, say for example, clean energy, or clean air, or or it should be, we should do that, because if we will not do, then clean air will be a luxury and only rich can afford. So it should be the equal right given in the Constitution. Environment belongs to all and it has no boundaries for the race and creed. Now I want to close this with the quote of the one of the Nobel laureate of 2019 physics, who was awarded for for discovering a new planet outside the Earth. The leader Cures face up to climate change, no escaping Earth. I think this is just irresponsible. And because the stars are so far away, I think that we should not have any serious hope to escape the Earth. Also keep in mind that we are a species that evolved, that developed for this planet. We are not built to survive on any other planet than this one. We should better spend our time to fix it. Thank you very much for this, giving the patient hearing for me.
Thank you so much, sir. We are honored that today you have graced this event, this international conference, which has been organized by the Department of Botany, St. John's College, Agra. It's truly presentation has been extremely informative, and as I can see the comments that have poured in on YouTube, students have been enriched with the roadmap to future environment as you have preached before us. So I guess this has been a really enlightening session. Yes, definitely we need to think, if wildlife is claiming the urban areas or the urban areas are claiming the wildlife.
That's true.
Yes, it's a positive aspect definitely to the COVID-19 situation that you've shared with us, sir. Thank you so much. We will definitely, we have this particular principle before us now, that we need to integrate the link between health, economy, and the environment. And definitely, as you have summed it all, we are a species that has been developed and has been evolved to stay on planet Earth. So we better learn to survive here and better learn to lend sustainability to our planet. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much for giving me patient hearing. Thank you, Professor Sudan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now it's my request to Professor S.P. Singh, the principal of our college, to kindly conclude the inaugural session with his words of wisdom.
Dr. Meena Rathi, Professor Joe Collingwood, of course, chief guest of the conference, Professor Mittal, Dr. J.S. Sharma ji, convener of this e-conference, Dr. Samuel Gordon Singh. It is indeed, it has been a very delightful and enriching morning when we got variety of perspectives on what should be our response to COVID 2019 and what all should go into formulating a roadmap. The day began with Dr. Meena Rathi, and she talked of the response that an individual need to generate. And she talked about the importance when talked about the pervasive gloom, and she talked about the need of positive affirmation, need of preparing the subconscious, mindfulness, taking care of body, inculcating an attitude of gratitude, controlling the mind. And she said that we must not be put down by the struggle, but rather dream and soar like an eagle. And she said that a struggle, even though it is difficult, would be worth it in the final run. Professor Joe Collingwood talked of a societal response, the egalitarianism that is needed there to free the potential of people who inadvertently get discriminated because of the certain oppressive structures. And especially, she talked about the initiatives taken for gender egalitarianism in academia. The chief guest of the day, Professor Mittal, talked at length about the precautions that we at our individual level to take, and also the need for sustainable development. Dr. J.S. Sharma ji, with his rich experience from energy sector and policy governance, talked about the lesson learned, lot of travel which we deemed as necessary, but probably this pandemic has shown was superfluous and was unnecessarily contributing to our larger carbon footprints. And very true, he talked about health as a key issue. And when we talk of sustainable development, integrates safety as one of the key components of this discourse. He talked of the sustenance of mighty earth and contrasted it with the precariousness of human life on earth, which needs to be protected with certain intentional interventions. And then along with pics, well documented pics, he showed the unintended benefits that COVID 2019 has brought among us. A very important thing which he talked about as we think of formulating the roadmap for future regimes like emission control, uh, talking about the whole discourse of fuel quality, implementation of renewable energy, arriving at carbon neutrality, development of green belt and afforestation, and various other issues. He also talked about preserving the indigenous knowledge systems, because a lot of wisdom, which in modern last 200 or 300 years, the discourse of experimental sciences seems to have marginalized the accumulated wisdom of millennia, which many societies possess as a part of their indigenous knowledge systems, which needs to be explored and applied in our current situation. Probably in concluding, I would like to say just one or two sentences. COVID 2019 has been a disruption, a big disruption, a disruption which has provided us a fresh vantage point to look at, to reevaluate, to assess our lives, the whole discourse of progress and development. It has also provided us with some data which such a description invariably brings in its strain. And as they say, each disruption can be an opportunity for moving ahead with greater wisdom, with greater insights that have been learned. And as the body of thinkers deliberates here, and not only here, but across the world, in variety of forums, we believe that the wisdom that emerges would enrich the humanity and will guide our course of action. Thank you.
Mr. Singh, thank you very much for your summarizing and giving me this opportunity. And you have taken to this college a new height of academics. And I am hearing, receiving every day some or new thing. You are having series of webinar on the good subjects. So all the best. Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you. Such a pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable comments, for your valuable concluding remarks, for summing up the session, inaugural session. Thank you to all the speakers for sharing their ideas and views with us. Now, to take us ahead with the conference, I would like to request Dr. Manjula Thomas, the co-convener of the conference, to kindly introduce the next set of talks.
I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'll start.
Ma'am, your video is. Ma'am, kindly switch on your video, ma'am, and there is some disturbance in the voice, I feel.
There's some issue with audio connectivity as well. Can't see the audio icon.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Sakshi?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, kindly switch on your video, ma'am.
Okay. Hello.
Ma'am, you're not audible. Ma'am, you're not audible. Um, I feel there is some issue with ma'am's network. So we will go ahead with the session, and we have invited a few very eminent speakers from across India, also from across the globe. So taking the talks forward, I would like to request Dr. Samuel Gordon Singh, the convener of the conference, to kindly introduce this session and also introduce the eminent speaker of this particular section.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much, Dr. Shakshi. Am I audible to all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
So since there is some problem, technical problem, and Dr. Manjula is not able to join us, so this session 2, second session is for our eminent speakers, and we have two eminent speakers from one is from overseas, from UAE, and one is from Delhi, our own alumnus. And during this session, they will share their thoughts with us. And Mr. Douglas Joseph is from UAE, and I feel happy to give a brief introduction of Dr. Mr. Douglas. Mr. Douglas Joseph was Associate Professor of Economics at the BIMS College, Fujairah, UAE, and former Economics Faculty at Ministry of Education, Maldives. Currently, he is postgraduate economics faculty at his own English medium school, Fujairah, UAE. He is writer on educational career, social economic issues, and columnist in a column titled Insights at Fujairah, Observer English Magazine. Mr. Douglas has been writing weekly column in Victory is Near in Krestava Izuthupra daily newspaper. He has published educational articles in Khalij Times, an English daily published from Dubai. He has published many articles on education, study skills, exam preparation, character formation in newspapers such as Madhyam and Siraj, published from Dubai. He is a journalist in Good News, Gulf chapter, and executive committee member. He is reporter also in Landway newspaper UAE, also in overseas reporter at Karma News Channel. Mr. Douglas is a preacher and motivational speaker. One of the guest speakers in the International Christian Leaders Conference held in Bangkok, Thailand, conducted by Harvest International Church, USA. He had been keynote speaker at youth seminars conducted at Dubai, IPC, Philadelphia, Dubai Sharon Church, Sharjah, Victory Assemblies of God, Sharjah Worship Center, PYPA, and Dubai Church of God. Mr. Douglas is also involved in radio talks as regular informative radio talks in Radio Asia for teens and youth. Mr. Douglas conducted many seminars on education career, teenage, and youth issues in Indian Association in Sharjah and Fujairah. He is also educational counselor and IL, IELTS trainer and worked in Phoenix Anglo Academy, Kottayam. Now, I would like to request Dr. Sakshi again to conduct this session. Thank you very much. Now you can welcome and call Mr. Douglas.
Yes, sir, it's indeed a privilege that you have agreed to be a part of this international conference, COVID-19 Roadmap to Future Environment. We now would like you to share your ideas with us. So please. So if you could kindly switch on your video and unmute your mic. Yes.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, sir. Now we can.
Okay. The sound is audible. Fine.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Greetings from Fujairah in UAE. So, I'm extremely happy to talk to you in this seminar conducted by St. John's College, Agra. I take this opportunity to thank you, Professor Samuel and his team and the college authorities for providing me a platform and to share my ideas with you. And today is the World Environment Day. As we observe the World Environment Day today, the Botany Department of St. John's College, Agra, has taken a novel initiative to conduct an international seminar. I appreciate the initiative by the department and the college as a whole. And I also give my warm greetings to one and all who listen to this talk and all those who associated with. I express my gratitude to the management and the department for the opportunity once again. Even though the relevance of today is environment matters, since we observe the Environment Day today, since it is connected with the COVID pandemic situation, I would like to go in a different route. However, all these things are related to it. So my topic is the global economic effects of COVID-19 pandemic and the roadmap to recover. So let me repeat my topic. The global effects of economic effects of pandemic COVID-19 and its recovery plan. The other day, I went to a barber shop after a gap of 2.5 months. In Sharjah here, we opened hardly 2 weeks back. The shop has been opened. Then while the guy was cutting my hair, I had a chat with him. See, all the economic effects we can see in the bottom line, in the grassroots level, that is in the streets. And that guy has told me the last 2 months he hadn't paid his rent. He has pending electricity bill. And he has to pay salaries for the 3 people who work under him. So he told approximately he requires 6,000 as the overhead expenses. That will never change, irrespective of the income we get. So therefore, he has to find dirham, 6,000 dirham. That comes more than 1,20,000, approximately current exchange rate, 1,20,000 in India. However, his income is almost nil. Can say some peanuts. So this is the condition of every ordinary folk that we find in the streets, whether it's in the New York or in Delhi or in Mumbai, whether it's in Dubai or in Sharjah, across the globe. This is the situation that we face, the ordinary people face. So I want to emphasize my topic, or I want to emphasize, give special emphasis on the effects of the economic effects of this pandemic on the expatriate labor force. Since I am one of the expatriate worker here in the Middle East, I feel I can talk more about it. The recent survey by the International Monetary Fund, by the IMF, has projected a bleak picture about the Gulf countries, the GCC countries. There are 7 countries comprising the economic union of GCC, Gulf Cooperation Council. And how does it affect Indians? That's not the matter's relevance. According to the latest statistics, the Indian diaspora comprises of 17.5 lakhs, 17.5 million across the world. Among them, the largest population of Indians are in UAE, that is 7.5, that is 4.5 million. Around 45 lakhs Indians are there. So 7 lakhs Indians are there in Saudi Arabia, and remaining Indians are there in Qatar, Bahrain, and Jordan. The estimate shows that there is a loss of 10 lakh jobs. That's the situation on the ground. So don't think the economic recession has started with the pandemic itself. The economic recession, the economic depression has started even before. From the last 2 years, there was a lowering oil prices. The oil is the mainstay of the Gulf economies. Since the oil prices have slashed, in international market. It severely affects the industries here. It severely affects the government spending. It severely affects a lot of small scale businesses. Therefore, it is estimated that 10 lakh expatriate workforce from India will lose jobs in GCC itself. Even we have expatriate workforce. As I told before, we have 17.5 lakhs expatriate labor force. So the job loss is in one side. What are the repercussions of this job loss when we think the economy back at India? As we know, since the oil prices have slashed down, it benefits the Indian balance of payment. Let me put it simple. We have a lot of expenses for oil imports. That is a major chunk of our expenses. We have a lot of imports from elsewhere in the world. However, oil is the main part of expenditure, the petroleum products. Since the world petroleum prices has slashed considerably, we could save a lot of money. India could save a lot of money on the oil account. However, this advantage has been minimized by the reduction in the expatriate payments from abroad. A recent study shows there is 45% of reduction in the payment, expatriate payment from abroad. So this expatriate payment is a major portion of India's foreign currency reserve. When there is a sizable reduction in the foreign currency reserve, what is the net effect? We do not have enough money for buying things from abroad, for importing things from abroad. So it affects our oil imports. It affects our imports of essential raw materials. It affects our ability to import essential food grains that we are not self-reliant. So, apart from this, the picture in the international arena, in the international economy. Let me go to the international sector. So the latest studies that shows that the global trade is poised by a fall by 13%, the global trade. So now the trade channels are almost blocked. The international passenger movements have been blocked. The international labor flow has been blocked. Therefore, there is a dip in the international trade by 13%. It is one of the greatest repercussions or consequences of this COVID pandemic. See, it is affecting always any pandemic. It affects all sectors alike. As I mentioned, the expatriate labor force. in the Gulf countries, in the Gulf region. So many companies declared layoff. They have given their employees a salary-less vacation. So I told the 10 lakh at this moment. When this pandemic situation extends, how far it extends, we have no idea. If this pandemic situation extends beyond our control, if a possible vaccine has not been invented, or some remedies, some solution have not been invented, the situation will become worse. I want to make a comparison between the expatriate labor force, especially on the grassroots level. An average laborer who gets 800 dirhams to 1000 dirhams a month. So it may be, it's range from 15,000 to 25,000 Indian rupees. See the migratory workers, the other states workers in the Indian states. Recently, India faces a lot of issues or problems with related to the migratory workers. So the interstate workers, the lacks of interstate workers, they are in a absolute, their life is in an absolute penury, in an absolute dilemma, where their source of income has been curtailed. There is a stoppage, complete stoppage to their source of income. On the other hand, they do not have sufficient savings in order to survive. So we have seen long queues for food supply. And many of them have had a long walk, spanning thousands of kilometers. They had a long walk since the transportation facilities are not there. Many of them had died on the way. The sad demise of many migratory workers, interstate workers. The same situation prevails in the Gulf countries where the workers are stranded. The government has started an evacuation plan, and government started special flights to evacuate the labor force. However, we see the evacuation in UAE itself, for example, in UAE itself, in the Indian embassy, 4 lakhs Indians have been registered for evacuation. So, this 4 lakhs, a sizable portion of this 4 lakh people, expatriates who want to leave this, leave to their mother nation, the motherland. Most of them have lost their jobs, or they have closed down their businesses, or they had come here for a visit and trying for some job. However, the situation is so dim or so bleak that they can no more sustain, they can no more survive in this region. So even though the 4 lakhs Indians have been registered, there is a few number of Indians would able to. That I mean only one country, the statistics of one country. So around the world, I hope some 20 to 25 lakhs of Indians wants to come back to India. So this is the situation. So there is a similarity. We could find similarity between the interstate workers in India and the expatriate labor force in the Middle East. Also, the pandemic has affected the global tourism industry, right from the travel agents acting in the small towns and cities, from the international carriers. The pandemic has affected. In India also, many of the carriers, international flight services, or the flight companies, they have declared layoff for their staff. Also, many of the staff, the airline staff, lost their jobs. Even major international companies like the Cathay Pacific, the Etihad, and the American Airlines, Singapore Airlines, all these have declared a layoff for their staff. So the travel and tourism industries was hit. Also, the transportation providers and small scale industries and shopkeepers. So recently our finance minister has announced a plan for reviving the economy of India that is badly hit by the pandemic. So the Atmanirbhar India, that is the self-reliant India. So the government has launched a campaign, a project, a new initiative named Atmanirbhar India. So this is concentrating on reviving our economy from the collapse. So these efforts is come down even to our households. So every day we see the effects. While we go for a grocery or a supermarket for buying our utensils, the everyday necessities, we could see the empty shelves. We could see the high prices. We could see things are not available in record quantities. It's affect the repercussions even in our kitchen. It affects our day-to-day life. And I could see a parallel between this. Like the proverb says, or there is a saying, the history repeats. There was an economic depression in 1980s, the worldwide economic depression. The stock exchanges have been collapsed and millions of people lost their jobs. There were even people died of hunger. And this economic recession or depression has repeated in the year of 1930s. It started in the USA and spread across the world. And there was another in 2008, and the world faced another wave of depression. See, we could see the history repeats in 1918 and 1930s and 2008. However, the message what I could give is this situation we can overcome. We can overcome this situation. Let me back to the word which I says, the history repeats. Just 102 years before, world were suffering a pandemic called the Spanish flu. 6 billion people, so across the world, had been affected. So the 2 crores of Indian people died of that Spanish flu, that pandemic, just 102 years before. The 6 crores of people around the world died of that Spanish flu. So after 102 years, we are in the face of another pandemic, the COVID-19. See, just 102 years before, 2 crore Indians wiped away from the face of earth. However, let me say, this pandemic situation is nowhere near to that. And moreover, we have good health facilities. We have more number of hospitals. We have more number of health professionals. And now India is the #1 supplier of medicines. It became the largest exporter of medicines after this pandemic situation has been erased. So we are supplying medicines across the world. So the antiviral drug, the world is looking towards India for the drug, the antiviral drug. That's we are exporting to various countries across the globe. So we have a good number of professionals. We have hospitals. Even though the cases are increasing, we could withstand this pandemic. I'm sure, I'm 100% sure that we can withstand this pandemic. And in few months' time, this situation will come under control and the pandemic situation will subside, and surely the world will recover it. So let me, as I'm talking to an academic society or community now, let me evaluate, or let me show you a path that the future world may evolve in the economic and education scenario. So as students, as university students, this calamity or this pandemic situation has both a challenge as well as an opportunity. As the proverb says, every calamity is an opportunity. I want to tell you, each one of you, the students community especially. So the future is for those who, when you are out of university, so don't look for jobs. See, this current situation has created or enhanced digitalization of every sector. Now we are confined to due to lockdown, people are confined to their homes. See, right from education to day-to-day necessities and the banking, or everything we are doing through online. So there is recently, so there is an economic impact of this pandemic on positive side. That's what the students want to make use of. The world, the future scenario that is open is more or less a digitalized platform in every sector. So now in international airport, if you travel across international airport, even before this pandemic situation. So you need not require a passport. You need not require a visa on your passport or any ID card or any document. You just pass through a gate called e-gates, where all your informations are there. You need not wait for, in a long queue, you need not wait for your baggages. You need not wait for your immigration process. In our international airports, it takes 1 to 2 hours to check in, to board a flight. However, it takes less than 5 minutes. E-gates are there. So, in future world is the world of artificial intelligence. It's already started. The artificial intelligence. As a student, as a university students. So what jobs prevail now? That will not exist. That is one of the effect of this economic effect. The jobs at present. Maybe some of the students who listen me, maybe they are on business students, accounting or commerce students, maybe listening me. Let me tell you, the concept of maybe you have a plan to be an accountant or a financial professional sitting in an office, and you may be looking a job overseas. You have a dream for that. Many of the students who listen me, they have a dream of an overseas job. So let me tell you, in recent lockdown time, in a metropolitan city like Dubai, so I have many friends who work in the multinational companies in Dubai. They had offices in the downtown Dubai. So all of these offices were closed and they asked their employees to work from home. And recent newspaper report I found an economic analysis of this work from home situation. So business experts or the company experts or those who are in the industry, they say the output has been increased. So there is more output when they work from home. So the future scenario that evolves is a scenario where the office space and that concept is going to an end. Even in the recent pandemic, in the Silicon Valley in USA, where the IT giants are located, whether it is the Facebook or the Microsoft or the Google. So all these, they implemented a work from home policy. And the result was fantastic. And they found that, see, in the current situation or in the recent situation, in order to have an office space in a metropolitan cities where you have to pay for, even for the air you breathe, such expensive, whether it's in New York, Dubai or London, or in Mumbai or Delhi, all these cities, an office space and a workspace cost a lot. And it is too expensive. And therefore, it is important that the students, as a students, I want to tell you, you must be an entrepreneur. So I understand that the botany students are, the botany department organizes this seminar. So as a botany student, you may be looking for, in future, you may be looking for a teaching career or a career in research or a career in agriculture, agriculture officers or something, a career in botanical research or botanical institutes. So let me tell you, the challenge or the opportunity that offers the students is be an entrepreneur. So the future belongs to, so we have to revamp, we have to shuffle, or we have to make drastic changes the way we organize or we conduct our curriculum in colleges and universities. It is the high time that the need of the hour is that we have to develop the entrepreneurial skills in the students. So in recent declaration by the finance minister Nirmala Sitharaman, in her speech, she told the future of India that belongs to MSME, that means micro, small and medium enterprises. The Indian government has announced a financial package that encourage entrepreneurship. So the British education that started in the time of Lord Macaulay in India, the purpose of the British education was to supply or to generate a generation of people who can work as clerk or office staff. So still I afraid the present education system is creating office staffs or those people who work these white collar jobs. However, this is a challenge, I told you. So the world is going to be 100% digitalized. Now everything will be delivered at your doorstep, from the grocery to the electronic products. And education also going to become online or in distant mode. So the industry and in education and in the employment scenario and in the employment sectors, the future belongs to a digital platform or online platform. It's of artificial intelligence. So the universities and students, I encourage, and the academic community, I encourage you to explore more on the artificial intelligence and on the digital platforms. So the future belongs to. So we should be updated. So that's why the Atmanirbhar India. So let me let me proceed. Organizers, please tell whether the time is over or let me conclude. Organizers, please.
Sir, we have already reached the time limit that has been allotted
So
to you.
let me conclude.
Yeah.
Let me wind up. Okay, so the problem is the problem of unemployment, the problem of livelihood. A lot of people, a lot of expatriate population will be back in India, will be added to the unemployment sector. And the students who complete their jobs, they will be added to the employment sector. So finding a job will be a challenging task in future. That is the one of the challenges that posed by the current pandemic. So in order to sustain, in order to survive in the new environment, as an academic community, as a student community, so let me reiterate. So you have to go beyond a textbook approach. The current approach that is based on the textbook, that will not work. You have to be concentrate on the evolving technology and the evolving digitalized platform, and try to develop the entrepreneurial skills. Be an entrepreneur. As a botany students, so plan to think now itself. Plan to think to start an enterprise. How I can contribute positively to my country. The government has announced lot of plans and packages and financial recovery plans. Make use of it. So in the recent plan, 3 lakh crore has been designated for the small scale industries and new enterprises. So the students now itself, you can have think of a startup, a biotechnology firm, or a botanical garden, or a garden to make seedlings and all, or how to make use of your knowledge in the science, your knowledge from the university education into a practical mode. So let me wind up my session. I have gone through a wide scenario of the economic effects that posed by the pandemic effect. So before I wind up, I take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to Professor Samuel and his team in the Botany Department of St. John's College, Agra, and also the principal and the management of the college, and the students of the Botany Department to invite me as a guest speaker for your web seminar on the roadmap to COVID-19. I'm extremely happy to have a word with one and all. Also, I thank for the good words that you have told about me in the beginning as an introduction. So let me wind up by saying the Lao, the great Chinese philosopher, has told, the journey of 1,000 miles start with a simple step. So our journey of recovery from this tragedy, from this disaster, has been started. So this is a small step, like the Neil Armstrong, when he stepped into the moon, he told, this is a small step for a man, a giant leap for humanity. Today, the Department of Botany has initiated a small step towards recovery from revival from this pandemic. And I wish all success and appreciation for this initiative of the department. Thank you, one and all. God bless you all.
Thank you so much, sir. It's always great to listen to motivational speakers like you. Um, Definitely, we know that COVID-19 has influenced all the spheres of our life, and the economic sphere has been hit badly. We know that, as shared by you, now the international trade has got a dip of 13%. Also, we have this new norm of declaration of layoffs, the employees being sent on a vacation without a pay. So we have this problem of migrant workers who have been facing a life of penury ever since the lockdown has taken place. A number of other issues. And we know that, as you have dealt with in your talk, that it is 102 years after the Spanish flu that we are facing this pandemic, but yes, with greater facilities. Um, how do we overcome this economic depression? Uh, Atmanirbhar Bharat. The key to resurgence is entrepreneurship. So thank you so much, sir, for sharing your ideas, and the roadmap to future environment economically is definitely depending upon yourself for resurgence. Thank you, sir. Now, taking the session forward, I would like to request the convener of our conference, Dr. Samuel Gordon Singh, to kindly introduce our next eminent speaker, Dr. Neeraj Saxena, and then invite him for his talk. Please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sakshi Wakad, the organizing secretary of this international conference. I'm happy to introduce and welcome Dr. Neeraj Saxena. Dr. Neeraj Saxena is an advisor with All India Council for Technical Education, that is AICTE, currently heading its Institutional Development Cell, IDC. He has been with Policy and Academic Planning Bureau, Prime Minister's Special Scheme for Students, that is PMSSS, for Jammu and Kashmir, and Skill Development Cell, SDC, of AICTE since June 2018. Dr. Saxena is currently on deputation to AICTE from Technology Information Forecasting and Assessment Council, India's technology think tank, where he has been working as a scientist since April 2000. He was a member of the team that scripted Technology Vision 2015 for the country and deeply involved in development of technology roadmap for education, first ever foresight exercise for the sector. As a part of the team implementing projects emerging out of Technology Vision 2020, released by TIFAC in 1996 till 2010, Dr. Saxena piloted the activities of Mission Reach, that is, relevance and excellence in achieving new heights in educational institutions, a major initiative to reorient the higher science and technical education and make it relevant to industries. Dr. Saxena was selected by Department of Science and Technology to undergo Executive Education Program on Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy at the J.F. Kennedy School of Government at the Howard University in 2006. He was trained in project management for World Bank funded projects at the International Training Center of the ILO in Turin, that is Italy, in 2008. He was part of the team that worked on detailed project report for National Innovation Program for India in 2008 and was member secretary of the working group for S&T in SMEs for the 12th five-year plan from 2007 to 2012 of the Government of India, and he developed the detailed project report of National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber-Physical System 2018, launched by DSC. Prior to his association with TIFSC, Dr. Saxena was a CSIR Research Fellow and postdoctoral fellow in National Physical Laboratory, New Delhi. He specialized in the area of acoustic remote sensing and its application to air pollution and was involved in establishing country's first indigenous Doppler sonar capable of remotely feeling wind and turbulence in the lower atmosphere. And I'm happy, really, in the core of my heart, Dr. Saxena, as he is our own alumnus. He did his PG from this college. He was very active during his when he was in this college. And really, I'm happy to see him with us today. And I request Dr. Saxena to please deliver his lecture. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. And am I audible?
Yes.
So I should also thank coronavirus. From stage, podium, dais, and conference halls, we have all migrated to a digital world and are sitting online. So good afternoon, dignitaries on the screen and off the screen, and the participants who are going on the screen and off the screen. So that is the flexibility we have with this mode of conferencing. Let me greet all of you on the occasion of the World Environment Day. And this year, the nature has shown us the mirror. And Dr. J.S. Sharma very aptly and in an elaborate manner explained how. So I'm sure the students are happy with the title of my slide, of my presentation. Moving towards education without examinations. And faculty members would be slightly disappointed. But I will try to make them also happier. And if you felt the topic doesn't fit on the occasion of World Environment Day, I will try to justify that also and try to change the perception that we have. So continuing the streak of environment, I picked two gases which make this planet livable. And every botanist or zoologist understands oxygen and carbon dioxide. So the plants and animals, they exchange the two gases in the process to sustain each other. And something similar happens in the socio-economic world also, where the two analogs of the two gases are knowledge and resources. And through my presentation, I shall try to tell how education, as we have had for centuries and millennia, is poised for a historical change and make a case for education without examinations. So scales are tilting in favor of resource creation over knowledge creation, now that we are in the knowledge era. The two gases which I talked about, knowledge and resources, you have knowledge converted into knowledge and you end up doing research. Resources converted into knowledge, that's invention. Resources converted into resource, that is production. And knowledge converted into resource, that is innovation. So if you have been thinking invention and innovation are synonymous, look at this, they are opposite. So scales are tilting in favor of resource creation over the knowledge creation activities, which have been actually the mainstay of the education systems that we have had for all these centuries. And that's the reason we have education which is under stress. And currently it is built to support knowledge creation, its dissemination, propagation, and examination. So it is centered around knowledge. There is a lot of transaction of knowledge. We examine what is retained in our heads, what we memorize. The education what we have prepares us for today or maybe yesterday. And it is all for the top scorers. The backbenchers have no place. So this is how education stands now. But because knowledge is freely accessible to anyone, anywhere, anytime, and in future in any language, there will be shifts in education. From teacher-centric, it would become learner-centric, and it is visible that education is happening out of the class. It is not just for creating jobs anymore. My previous speaker was talking about entrepreneurship. That has been embraced now by the learners or the students. It is going to be personalized and adaptive thanks to the technology which is making inroads. And certifications are gaining traction. And in future, it will not be the degrees which will matter, but your reputation as an innovator and as a contributor to the innovation systems that is going to matter. And we have contrasts being visible because of these transformations. We have had rote learning all along, and what we need today is creativity. We want collaboration instead of competitions, ethical workforce rather than the one who is taught to copy and stopped from copying from class 1 itself. So we have an education that is conformist and expects the people to be visionary. You cannot ask questions, but you are expected to be a visionary. We have been told to create dots, but now dots are already existing, and we need to train our future generation to how to connect the dots. That will be the requirement from the institutions. And these are some of the technologies you keep hearing, like information and communication technologies, artificial intelligence, display and user interface, internet technologies, computation, simulation, modeling, and all these are not in the labs, not in the mobile phones, not for communication, but now in education itself. So education is all about communication, whether it is passive communication from books to a reader or from active communication between two individuals. So what we need is an innovation-centered education, not focusing on gathering knowledge anymore. It is going to be making use of the knowledge which is already available along with other resources to make it innovation-centered. So what we need now is skills. Books are already getting replaced with the web pages, which are embedded with links and hyperlinks. A book can take you either to the previous page or to the next page, but a web page can take you to any page, anywhere in the world, and it is the closest approximation or simulation to the human brain. And curriculum are boring. You challenge your students and they get excited. And they will find those solutions or the knowledge for those solutions somewhere. They'll Google it out and give them a chance to experiment, to fail. And that's education. The kind of education that we have, we look upon failures, we frown upon as a useless things. It is condemnable. The failures are not admitted. That is simply because our education is based on predetermined content. So understanding the learner who is changing, we need to understand So the student is on the go. He doesn't want to stick to the class, doesn't want to listen to a teacher, a sage on the stage. He has access to the knowledge. He loves sharing information. 20, 30 years back, if somebody found a good book in the library, the tendency was to hide it so that nobody else could read it. But today, if you find something interesting in your WhatsApp, the first thing that you feel like doing is to share it, forward it. And it helps in two ways. It increases your chances of getting something. And also, if you do not share, nobody else will share with you.
Sir, I'm really sorry to interrupt this very interesting presentation. Could you please run it on slideshow mode, sir?
But I want to touch up. I'll be faster now if you want to make.
No. Actually, sir, there are 2 slides visible at a time.
Okay.
So actually.
Okay.
So,
no, I had to.
Yes.
No, actually, it is masked by the photographs, the pics.
Okay.
So that's why I had to.
We had a certain viewers who really wanted to have a single view of your slides. So they had just put in certain comments. So I just thought I'll let you know.
Okay. Now.
Okay, sir.
Okay, I had some notes. Now is this single slide?
Yes, sir. We can go ahead now.
Okay. So I've understood the learner who has pointed this out. So a learner now prefers to choose a teacher which is available anywhere. Now, the education that we have had over 2-3 centuries, it was expected and known that only a person has to read and can access that information only from the books or the teachers. So that information had to be memorized. And to ensure that it is memorized properly, there were examinations. So let me move. I'll come back to that. So it requires reorientation of the teachers also. So they are not just sage on the stage anymore, and they go at the back in the form of a pack to be consulted when the students need. So this is a transformation. And they need to reorient themselves as counselors, pathfinders, navigators, mentors, more packed with soft skills, human skills. So, and then you'll have reduced role as a source of information or its transmitter. So that role is already going to the online mode. And to a large extent, for examining the known knowledge, the role of a teacher will again come down. And they will have to compete with holographic and robotic teachers also. So this is the new wave that we can foresee. So what are the drivers of change in all that I have said? So it's about personalization and customization, which is being ushered in because of the technology. There's like and share culture, which is coming up. Automation, we are already into Industry 4.0, and we will have to take that also into strides. And education cannot be left behind as education 2.0 or 3.0. And the obsolescence of knowledge and skills is happening at a very faster rate. And in future, you will see the linguistic barriers also evaporating. So these are some of the changes which warrant changes in the way we conduct education. And it requires redesigning of institutions, which will have to be more of facilitators and enablers rather than degree awarding institutions. element of innovation system. They have to be a very firm player in the innovation game. They have to be open and virtual and not just brick and mortar entities. They have to be learner centered and will have to respect and allow learners to exercise more options, to more a wider choices for them is required. And in fact, there is a COVID movement required in education. By COVID in education, I mean conventional, open, virtual, internet-based, and distance education. The barriers must vanish now. There should be no difference, and learner must be allowed to choose and proceed whatever he wants, whatever he or she wants, and to the extent that we should allow them to build their own degrees. Let us open it up. Let us make use of the technology and this historical opportunity which has been given to us by this notorious virus. And examinations. If you look at the question papers, they're all to test the memory. Do they really help? They may help in education and finishing your degree and all, but do they really help in the learning? An examination conducted in 3 hours for a course of 1 year, it's just like a dipstick test. And the purpose is defeated because you know the pattern of the past 5-6 years of papers, and you are actually using that for passing or clearing the grades or acquiring the degree. So the time-bound and proctored exam is meaningless now. And I'm very much surprised and shocked also that these days there are so many webinars going on, how to conduct examinations and all that. So there are suggestions that there should be camera put on the head to monitor the eyelids and all that. I'm shocked. Why can't we use the technology to get better answers? In any case, if you put the camera or not, what is going to be written in the answer scripts is already there in the books. So how does it add value? The examination, how do they actually help? And same question is asked to all. Why can't we make different questions, pose different challenges? And this is required for better jobs and education opportunities. We have to rethink. The examinations should be done away with and assessment brought in. So this is what I will touch upon. So restructuring of examinations to facilitate advancement in personalized learning. So we should challenge creativity rather than expecting students or a learner to regurgitate what is there in the books or what is known to the teachers. And let us keep them open-ended to support imagination and have better solutions. And in the process, enhance the skills, impart training to the learner, prepare not for job, but for better opportunities. And the focus, let it be shifted on abilities and competencies. And it should be left to the employer to test the competencies and abilities. An education institution should move away from that part, abilities and competencies. Let it be taken care of by the employer or the agencies who want to take that learner or the employee. But education institute should actually expose the students to a lot of real life problems and keep them engaged. Let them be creative. Let them be thoughtful. So this is one of the taxonomies. Botanists are very much familiar and love taxonomies. So here is Bloom's taxonomy, which was actually proposed by Benjamin Bloom. And so these are different levels. And this is the order of the creating is considered to be the highest order. So our examination system as we have now are focused on remembering, understanding and applying. 100 marks are for that only. So where is creativity? Nowhere. We don't allow people to synthesize knowledge which can be accessed from any source. So the lower order skills of remembering, understanding, why can't we leave them to the machines? Why can't we embed in the online content or keep it for the classroom discussions? Why bring them into the question papers? Let us move towards the higher order skills, testing the higher order skills, and the examinations need not be of 3 hours. They could be of few days also. And that's why we propose open book exams, rubrics, which are another tool for assessment. And let us focus on competencies, skills, aptitudes, and all these for professional exams. So AICTE has come out with its policy in 2018. And because there were a lot of concerns about the employability of the engineers, so as reforms, we introduced this policy, and it is, since we are supposed to be following the Washington Accord, and education has to be outcome based as per that accord. Otherwise, our engineers are not going to be recognized by the other countries. So we have come out with this policy, and Bloom's taxonomy is at the heart of our policy. And we have proposed open book examinations, gradually move towards that and use rubrics. And we have decided that only 40% questions could be memory based. So this is the first step that we have taken. And it is not that we have just released the policy, we are also working on its implementation. We have conducted awareness programs across the country in our engineering colleges. We have conducted trainer workshops. We have taken advantage of this lockdown and conducted online courses also. And we are developing a database of experts and practitioners of Bloom's taxonomy-based assessments who will help us carry forward these reforms. And I expect that UGC and other examining bodies also follow what we are doing and embrace the change. Now, environmental impact of exams. So this is something I kind of did some back of the envelope calculations and what kind of impact exams have on environment. So they cost us 60 lakh trees per year. So this is, maybe somebody can take up this exercise and work out the actual impact. And 60 lakh trees sacrificed on answer sheets which have no knowledge, no ideas, no solutions. So we must think really very hard with to what extent we should embrace exams and stick to the memory-based exams. So my presentation was based on a recent blog which I have written, and learners, they can just either click this URL or see the QR code and read more complete information about this, my thoughts on this. And incidentally, this is the first time I am making a presentation on this blog. So I'm happy that it comes before my own organization, own college. So I close here with this quote. If you really think the environment is less important than economy, then try holding your breath while you count your money. I think the message is loud and clear. We must respect the nature. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your ideas about how we need to redesign our curriculum, how we need to redesign, rethink about the way examinations are taking place, the way we need to reach out to the students, and altogether change our way of education system, a prevailing education system in India. The last closing quote by you, information by you, which said that there are around 60 lakh trees which are destroyed per year just to serve the needs of the examination system.
Answer
Is
sheets.
yes, trees, answer sheets, just to serve as the answer sheets, is something that will definitely catch attention of a botanist. So thank you, sir. And I think it's a challenge for both the students and the teachers as well. We teachers are altogether have been exposed to this new trend of online teaching ever since this COVID-19 pandemic has taken place. We are adjusting, we are learning, and so are the students who are used to the classroom teaching, chalk and board teaching till
Yes,
now.
yes.
So I feel deliberations from people like you will definitely help us to re-chalk how we who have been doing classroom teaching can adjust to this altogether new scenario of online teaching and actually contactless, physical contactless teaching.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, sir, for that
My pleasure. Thank you so
enlightening session.
much.
Now, I think I would request the convener of the conference and the head of the botany department, Dr. Samuel Gordon Singh, to kindly take us ahead and hand over the session to Dr. Manoj Paul, Associate Professor and the co-convener of the conference.
Once again, thank you very much, Sakshi ma'am, for conducting this session, the second session. And I'm really grateful to both the eminent speakers, Dr. Douglas Joseph and Dr. Neeraj Saxena. Very elaborately they presented their thoughts, they shared their views with us, and definitely our students and all the uh, one who is watching this conference through YouTube, they are being benefited, and definitely we are getting good and positive responses from various viewers. So once again, thank you very much, Dr. Nee Saxena and Mr. Douglas, for accepting our invitation. Moving ahead, now it is request. I would like to request Dr. Manoj Paul, the co-convener of this international conference, to please uh, be there with us and take care of this session free. Thank you very much.
Sir, Dr. Neeraj Saxena, sir, if you could kindly stop sharing your screen, sir.
I don't know how.
Now it's fine. It's fine, sir, I think.
It's fine. That's the problem, that we can't see what others are seeing.
Technology, sir, that's what I said, that we need to all together get acquainted with this new wave. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Paul, sir, please. Sir, I think your mic is on mute, sir.
Is it okay now?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. So now we are towards the end of the conference, and on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome all the members of the technical committee, and especially we are thankful to Dr. Mrs. Susan Verghese P., Head of Department of Chemistry and Chairperson of Technical Committee, for taking up the tedious task of preparing the report of all the e-presentations made by all the scholars. Now I would like to invite Dr. Verghese to kindly share her report.
Honorable Principal, Patron Professor S.P. Singh, sir, Convener, Head of the Botany Department, Convener of this webinar and Head of the Botany Department, Dr. Samuel Gordon Singh, and co-convener Dr. Manjula Thomas, and chairperson and co-convener of this event, Dr. Manoj Paul, organizing secretary, Dr. Sakshi Walker, and co-convener, Dr. Rohan D'Souza, and delegates, of course, good afternoon, everyone. Lockdown caused by COVID-19 pandemic made academicians and researchers from India and abroad work better from home and converted the challenge posed by COVID-19 as opportunity. You will also able to visualize the glimpse of it. On behalf of a technical committee, I would thank the Department of Botany and the head and convener, Dr. Samuel, for entrusting the entire technical team with this task. We have received more than 150 presentations. Our technical team went through each presentation, prepared on roadmap to future environment post-COVID-19, and we reached on certain conclusions, which I would like to present before you. Now I would like to share the screen with you. Our technical team comprises of the members are Dr. Priyanka Mercy, Dr. Rachita Sharma, Dr. Neeraj Usabies, Dr. Samar Veeres Rathod, Dr. Manish Mercy, and Dr. Sonal Sahai. Now we know that why multidisciplinary environmental research matters, why we have presentations from various streams without any barriers. I would like to bring before you the presentations, the people who have sent the presentations to us. We have collected more than 150 presentations. Now, let me come across the impact on economy. The COVID-19 pandemic presents the world with an unprecedented policy change. Not only will it have a severe impact on the global economy, likely to exceed that of both the 2008-9 global financial crisis and the Great Depression, it will take place against the backdrop of the ongoing COVID pandemic crisis. In acknowledging the magnitude of this unprecedented challenge, the priority for governments must first be the immediate emergency response, focusing on saving lives, supporting health infrastructure, food availability, and the many other urgent social and economic support measures, such as short-term job allowances, direct cash handouts to citizens, or targeted liquidity support to SMEs. As governments grapple with the critical task of dealing with the very real impact of COVID-19 on the health and welfare of this population, they are now also developing their economic stimulus package to assist in economic recovery. Dr. Doris Phillips Singh from Lucknow, on her paper, she says, transform backyard poultry to commercial economic model. That would definitely boost entrepreneurship development and employment generation and allow agripreneurship. And she says, we have already lost 22,500 crore due to COVID-19 in this poultry business. We need to have poultry production strategy and action plan. We have 2022-2023. Now she says, advises and convinces the audience that stop worrying about the COVID-19 influence on poultry and poultry products And let us cooperate with the government and their project. There is a National Action Plan for Egg and Poultry 2022. Government expect that it would help the farmers to double the income by 2022. For that, it needs the public support for the poultry business. Now, Dr. Namrata Sharma from Lucknow says, she introduces a new business model during lockdown. That is, delivery of essential goods from local kirana store to the customers by using digital platforms, which was previously used for delivering cooked food from restaurants. This renewed model also confirmed the relevance of digital as well as physical mode of business at the same time. Now, both models were complementing each other and providing support in this crisis time. That is physical and digital platforms. And it would result in win-win situation for both of them. Now, Mr. Arunim Sharma from Noida says, how to defeat China without a war. Indian import from China is 5.2 lakh crore rupees. Indian export to China, 1.2 lakh crore rupees. Trade deficit, 4.2 lakh crore rupees. Now, this revenue generated from these goods is used against us to threat us. Hence, he asked us, we have to answer back China with the power of wallet and not bullet. And we should opt for indigenous good over Chinese goods. If 130 crore Indians and government boycott Chinese goods, that is the boycott movement, then we can crumble China's economy. Now let me move on to future workplace post-COVID-19. The global shift to telework that was precipitated by the COVID-19 crisis cannot be unseen. People, policy, and technology are more important than ever. Spaces can be adapted to accommodate social distancing, but that only matters if people actually behave that way. So it makes sense to use a people-centric approach in planning the return to the office. At the beginning of 2020, most organizations were not operating in a way that looked like what we imagined the future of work to be. Take advantage of this opportunity to embrace learning and transformation. Treat telework not as a contingency or perk, but as part of a strategy for blended accommodation. Maximize the benefits of both physical and virtual work to support teams. This offers the additional long-term benefit of making it possible to hire talent, whatever they may be. Now, let's see the impact in health sphere. How to tackle COVID-19. There are a few presentations which we have prepared. There are 226,673 reported cases, 112,549 active cases, 6,305 deaths due to this COVID-19 pandemic. Now, how to tackle it? Policies to address the worldwide crisis brought about by COVID-19 must satisfy three criteria. First, they must aim to minimize the loss of life directly resulting from the diseases while recognizing that there remain deep uncertainties about its true nature. Second, they must restore the elements of economic and social life as soon as possible, so as to avoid disastrous and lasting consequences, including for other aspects of health, schooling, food security, and livelihood. The cost of lockdown have already been massive and will deepen if they result in foregone health treatments, dropouts from school, and permanent closure of business. An approach that values all lives must give attention to the cost as well as benefits of the lockdown, conceiving the public health comprehensively. And third, smart design of policies can permit restoration of economic and social life. Such policies should be designed and targeted to allow lower risk segments of the population to return to daily activities while protecting higher risk ones. I would like to highlight some points from the presentations of our researchers. The state of digital transformation in healthcare in 2020. The rise on on-demand healthcare, why patients want healthcare on their own schedule, the importance of big data in healthcare, treating patients with virtual reality, the growth of wearable medical devices, predictive healthcare, the wonders of artificial intelligence, blockchain and the promise of better electronic health records. Next is a virtual reality helps doctors get better training. The medical virtual reality market will reach $5.1 billion by 2025. Surgeons who trained on computer simulators performed surgeries faster and made 7 times fewer errors than their non-virtual reality trained peers. Again, it says, artificial intelligence makes personalized treatment possible. 84% of industry leaders think artificial intelligence will soon transform healthcare. The healthcare artificial intelligence powered tools market will exceed $34 billion by 2025. Dr. Prachi Srivastava from Bioinformatics says, from computational to lab research approach is to fight against COVID-19. In her presentation, she speaks about drug discovery, vaccinolomics, system biology, and next generation sequencing. Then Dr. Ranveer Singh from Rajasthan says, our healthcare system will be best if we include Ayurveda and yoga in our primary education. The government should apply Mohalla clinic system across the country. And it is very important to have doctors in the proportion of population. Dr. Sohail from Nagapur speaks, adverse effect of chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine in treatment of COVID-19. Many recent studies are showing the use of hydrochloroquine with or without azithromycin or clarithromycin offer no benefit in treating COVID-19 patients and instead are associated with ventricular arrhythmias and higher rates of mortality or adverse effects.
Ma'am, Susan ma'am,
Yes.
I think we need to move on to the slides. Your screen is stationary at one slide.
Okay. Okay. Now, there were 2 more points, then I'll come to the environment.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, Dr. Sarika from IT College talks about health challenges during COVID-19 pandemic in India, a sociological view. That is, level of stigma factors are, it is a disease that is new and for which the origin is unknown. And people are often afraid of the unknown. Next, easy to associate that fear with us, others. Again, she says, physical health is visible, but stress in human lives, due to stress create new diseases in human lives. Hence, stress management is the only positive way to reduce this pandemic and also the creation of other diseases in people. Now we move on to impact on environment. People say a disaster yet an environmental boon. Up to 2020, increase in the amount of greenhouse gases produced since the beginning of industrialization era caused average global temperatures on the earth to rise, causing effects including melting of glaciers and rising sea levels in various forms. Human activity caused environmental degradation on anthropogenic impact. Due to reduced economic activity would help decrease global warming as well as air and marine pollution, allowing the environment to slowly flourish. Researchers and officials have also called for biodiversity protections to form part of COVID-19 recovery strategies. The Center for Research and Clean Energy says the methods to contain the spread of coronavirus, such as quarantines and lockdown, resulted in 25% reduction of carbon emission in China. Now, researchers from Nagpur says a considerable decline in the air pollutants, PM2.5, PM10, NOx, as a result of lockdown was observed in all the selected cities of Maharashtra. There was an improvement in the air quality in cities such as Indore, Jabalpur, Satna, Katni, Nasik, and Nagpur. They say the future prospects are, although the reduction in air pollutants in these studies is expected to be temporary, but it provides evidence that a rapid and a countrywide implementation of air pollution control measures can lead to short-term improvement in air quality and health benefit. Now, let us move to the education sector. Impact and strategies for educational sectors in India. The pandemic has significantly disrupted higher education sector as well as which is a critical determinant of a country's economic future. Needless to say, the pandemic has transformed the centuries-old chalk talk teaching model to one driven by technology. This disruption in the delivery of education is pushing policymakers to figure out how to drive engagement at scale while ensuring inclusive e-learning solutions and tackling the digital divide. A multi-pronged strategy is necessary to manage the crisis and build a resilient Indian education system in the long term. Open source digital learning solutions and learning management software should be adopted so teachers can conduct teaching online. To inclusive learning solutions, especially for the most vulnerable and marginalized, need to be developed. With a rapid increase of mobile internet users in India, which is expected to reach 85% households by 2024, technology is enabling ubiquitous access and personalization of education, even in the remote parts of the country. In this time of crisis, a well-rounded and effective educational practice is what is needed for the capacity building of young minds. It will develop skills that will drive their employability, productivity, health, and well-being in the decades to come, and ensure overall progress in India. Now, let me come to a SWOT analysis that is for the future roadmap future roadmap of environment post COVID-19. What are our strengths? 24/7 by 365 self-help platform. Direct access to common services. It reduces workload and unnecessary paperwork, bring transparency to accountability, eagerness to learn new facilities, brings image of modernity, citizen empowerment tool, formidable step for digital India. These are our strengths. Now let us see what are our weaknesses. Permissions to utilize UID services. Public acceptance of self-service models, use available infrastructure, for example, bank ATM, etc. Low IT literacy. And last, initial cost is higher. Now, what are the opportunities? Employment increase, unskilled manpower is widely increased. Check middleman interference. Reinvent government with e-governance. Bridging rural India to urban development, invasion of high-speed internet, promotional tool for government services, overcome communication barriers. Now, what are the threats we have? Digital divide, initial resistance of people, privacy and misuse, and corruption. These are the points which we have taken it from the presentations. And some of the presenters have pointed out the pollution caused by the PPE. That is a PPE pose environmental threat by Dr. Mahima Habil and Dr. David. And these are the the e-platforms which we are going to use in education sector. And this is again, Smith Benjamin from IT College says, digital platforming, uniting the world amid COVID-19 distancing. And now, our technical team has evaluated posters and online presentations thoroughly by keeping 3 parameters in mind. First, presentation should be in alignment with the title given. You have, these are the 5 titles it has been given: present and future of healthcare system, analysis and strategies, economic resurgence, trends and suggestions, breaking physical barriers through various digitalized platforms, innovative ways for maintaining emotional psychological well-being in a changed environment, novel ideas to design acceptable environment touching various spheres of life. So these were the topics given. So one was the content delivery based on this theme. Second was the guidelines were provided for both online presentation as well as e-poster presentations. And those who obeyed those guidelines, they considered them also for this competition. And then the mode of presentation, how we present it, and plus your creativity in making a presentation. So these are the aspects what I wanted to convey on behalf of technical team. So on behalf of technical committee, I would like to express our gratitude to Professor S.P. Sir, our patron, Dr. Samuel Gordon Singh, the convener, Dr. Manjula R. Thomas, co-convener, Dr. Manoj Paul, chairperson of today's meeting, as well as co-convener, and Dr. Rohan D'Souza for entrusting us with this piece of work. Thank you everyone for the patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Susan, for giving such an elaborative report. Your kind efforts are deeply appreciated by the organizing committee.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
You're welcome. Now I would like to request our Honorable Principal, Professor Dr. S.P. Singh, and patron of the conference to please declare the results of e-presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj Paul. Convener of the conference, Dr. S.G. Singh, co-convener, Dr. Manjula Thomas, convener of the technical committee, Dr. Susan Verghese, and all other distinguished guests present here. I would really take this time to thank the technical committee for the tremendous task they did in analyzing, evaluating, and presenting before us the various facets of the presentations that were made or the posters that were submitted. Dr. Dr. Neeraj Saxena, in a very paradigm kind of altering presentation, talked about the need to foreground creativity. And probably it was amazing to go through the presentations, the way they bring forth a very, very creative, thoughtful, and insightful response to the challenges that are present before us. And we must really commend, I really take this opportunity to appreciate the various presenters whose work we just witnessed, and in very innovative ways, they have been able to make deep interconnections and bring out very powerfully compelling ideas. Now, I'll take this opportunity to declare the result first for e-poster presentation. The third prize goes to a poster entitled Nature's Role in Physical and Mental Health from Birth till Old Age, Lessons for COVID-19 Situation. And the winner of the third prize is Dr. Shweta Singh. She is a scholar of English and works in PWD, Agra. So hearty congratulations. Second prize is jointly shared by two individuals. The first poster was entitled Indian Population During COVID-19 Pandemic Facing Anxiety, Stress, and Perceived Mental Health Care. By Krishna Rana and Priyanka Gautam. Both of them are research scholars, Dayalbagh Educational Institute, Dayalbagh, Agra. And this prize is also jointly shared by another team that presented. The title of the presentation was Discarded PPE Pose an Environmental Threat. And the presenters were Dr. Mahima Habil Messi and Dr. David Danish Messi. So hearty congratulations to the recipients of the second prize. The first prize goes to a poster entitled Digital Platforms Uniting the World Amid COVID-19 Distancing. And the recipient of the first prize is Dr. Smith Benjamin, who teaches in the Botany Department of IT College, Lucknow. Hearty congratulations to you, Dr. Smith Benjamin. Likewise, the technical committee has also worked and prepared the results of online presentations. The third prize goes to, or probably the third prize was given for a presentation entitled How to Defeat China Without a War. And the recipient of the third prize is Mr. Arunim Sharma, a student of Symbiosis Law School, Noida. The second prize was given to for a presentation which was opting for digitalized platforms by breaking physical barriers past COVID-19 world. And the recipient of the second prize is Dr. Namrata Sharma from Lucknow. The first prize in online presentation was given for presentation entitled COVID-19 and its impact on high food value poultry birds, present and future. And the recipient of the first prize is Dr. Doris Philip Singh, Department of Zoology, Lucknow Christian College, Lucknow. So I take this opportunity to congratulate all the winners and, of course, along with thank all the participants who made efforts to participate in this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. To put the conference in a capsule, I would like to invite Dr. Rohan J. D'Souza, co-convener of the conference and assistant professor, Department of Botany, to please share the outcome in a nutshell. Dr. D'Souza.
Thank you, sir. I hope I'm clearly audible.
Yes.
A very warm good afternoon to everybody present here, principals, Professor S.P. Singh, the eminent speakers from around the globe, members of the organizing and technical committees, and of course, all the participants connected with us through YouTube. We have indeed had some very informative talks today, and the unenviable task of summing up this conference falls on my shoulders. And then what happened was, let me put it this way, the baton was duly passed on to me, and I, with all due respect, wanted to pass it on to Mr. Google. And I thought I would spend some time with this wise wizard and get some ideas to make these words of mine a little less heavy, a little more interesting. But sadly, that puts me into a different perspective. All the ideas to enliven the summing up speech mostly involved a lot of real world interaction. They talked about trivia quizzes I could do, polls and whatnot. But all these are luxuries that are out of our reach at the present and in the near future. This is what COVID-19 has brought us to. A complete U-turn in our lives as social beings. It has actually brought us to our knees. And I'm happy we could bring this long germinating idea of a roadmap to the future conference on World Environment Day to fruition in the present circumstances. Yes, this is the end of the conference, but I agree with the words as poet T.S. Eliot wrote, what we call the beginning is often the end, and to make an end is to make a beginning. The end is where we start from. And in fact, that is the direction that all the dignitaries today pointed out, the road straight ahead to the future. Though we have a crisis of global proportions on our hands, Let us not forget that resilience is the hallmark of all biological systems. That is what homeostasis is all about. And that is what has brought our species here today through the aeons of time. Yes, the livelihood of billions around the planet has been affected. The socioeconomics of most nations has been hit. This has been one of the darkest periods of recent history, as the convener, Dr. Samuel Gordon Singh, said. Yet, nature is awakening, it's reawakening. This was further reiterated by Mrs. Rathi, a keynote speaker of the first session, whose address was a beacon of positive energy. In a unique style, she vibrantly pointed out how we could beat Mr. Little Coronavirus at his game. Her talk centered around maintaining a positive mindset and collective consciousness and respecting Mother Earth. Professor Collingwood, who joined us from the University of Warwick in the UK, spoke at length about the impact of equality, diversity, and inclusion on organizations, and the fact that COVID-19 has given us a chance to do so. Her address elucidated how the struggle of female academics in managing households and children, especially without the support of daycare and extended family, has put into focus has been put into focus due to working from home during this pandemic. She talked about how her university has been making reforms in the past couple of years, which has sped up in the past few months, including the promotion of flexible working in the current pandemic scenario. Then our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Mittal, in his address pointed out that nature has been busy rejuvenating herself during the lockdown, and how our indigenous medicine systems have shown promise against the SARS-CoV-2 virus. He rightly stressed on going back and supporting our rural economy and developing it in the future in a sustainable manner. Our next speaker was Dr. Sharma, Dr. J.S. Sharma, whose address focused on the lesson to be learned from the pandemic. Without mincing words, he stated COVID-19 is due to human interference in the environment, the primary mammalian host notwithstanding. He presented holistic pointers for a policy framework for future environment and carrying capacity-based development plans. Professor S.P. Singh, our principal, in his concluding remarks for the morning session, said that COVID-19 has been a big disruption, yet it has given us the chance to reevaluate our lifestyles and progress. And now we have the added benefit of hindsight to make wiser choices in the future. Mr. Douglas Joseph, the keynote speaker of the second session, discussed the effects of the pandemic on global economy, including possible layoffs of workforces, including Indian expatriates all over the world, especially the Gulf. More importantly, he talked about future reforms and motivated our students to take calamities as opportunities and look into non-traditional career options like virtual platforms. Dr. Neeraj Saxena from AICTE, in his very stimulating presentation, drew an analogy between the oxygen and carbon dioxide exchange in the air and knowledge resource exchange in the socio-economic environment, putting forward a case for education without examination. He said that scales are today tilted in the favor of creating resources over knowledge in the future. He also talked about examination reform policy of AICTE, as well as, interestingly, the environmental impact of exams. The technical session saw over 150 presentations and has already been exhaustively and very painstakingly covered by the chair of technical committee, Dr. Varghese. So I shall not go into that. And we can now start summing up today's conference and draw some conclusions. There are several takeaways from today's interaction that stay with us, even though the conference is now over. The first being, we should prioritize putting in R&D and infrastructure for predicting and managing pandemics at a national level and of course at local levels also. We should keep in mind that though we may be insignificant in ourselves as individuals, but we can bring about changes on a global level. As Indians, we are blessed with an ancient tradition that has respected environment. Our culture has always been an environment respecting culture. And we should get back in touch with our roots and stop aping negative consumeristic values from the West. We should remember that Mother Earth was here before us and will be here after us. Our troubled cries for protecting her are actually cries for protecting human existence in disguise. The pandemic has given us a fresh vantage point to rethink our organizational methods and the work process. We should include a range of voices and life experiences on our teams, as it has been proven again and again that more inclusive teams make better decisions. Our education system, as pointed out by Dr. Neeraj, is set for a historical change. It's poised for a major change, and our institutions will have to be learner-centric and enablers instead of merely degree-awarding centers in the future. And for our future plans for the environment, our goals, they must include increasing our forest cover as well as looking into integrated farming systems. Um, I shall and that's basically what we can carry forward with us today after this conference goes away. And these points should basically linger on somewhere in our mind so that we can make small changes, larger changes as per our capacities. Each one of us can be the cause of a change. We can change ourselves, we can change our people in our surroundings, we can influence them, and slowly but surely the world will change. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. D'Souza, for presenting the outcome of this conference in its true essence and in truly concise manner. Thank you very much. Now,
Thank you, sir.
in the end, I would like to invite Dr. Sakshi Walker, the organizing secretary of the conference, an assistant professor in the Department of Botany, to please propose the vote of thanks, formal vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope I'm audible. Is it okay?
Sure.
I have been entrusted with a daunting task of extending the vote of thanks, a very difficult thing for me to do, but I will try my level best to extend a formal vote of thanks. Uh, Nothing could have been possible had it not been the guidance and divine intervention of the Almighty. No matter how much I thank Him, words can never express my gratitude for His immense blessings. Thank you, Lord Almighty, for your mercy upon this event. Embodying all the power that we get from the far above, I would start by thanking the Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Agra University, Professor Ashok Mittal, for his vision, novel approach towards education, pragmatic application of ideas, which have lighted the path for establishing new goals for the university. Thank you, sir, for being a constant support in all our endeavors. The college truly acknowledges your dynamic leadership. The molding of our ideas could have not been possible had it not been for the guiding light that we find in the form of our principal, Professor S.P. Singh. Thank you, sir, for bearing with all our infinite carelessnesses, as I would call them. Thank you for being patient and understanding that in our many imperfections lies our will to learn and grow. Would like to thank all our speakers, Mrs. Meena Rathi, Professor Collingwood, Dr. J.S. Sharma, Dr. Neeraj Saxena, and Mr. Douglas Joseph for sharing their knowledgeable selves with us. I know some of you have joined us from a different time zone. I appreciate you were willing to share your ideas with us, even though you had to join in wee hours of the day. Thank you all our speakers who have joined from various parts of India. Truly, we are blessed and honored to make a connect with you and spread the knowledge you encompass. Thank you. A heartfelt thanks to the convener, Dr. Samuel Gordon Singh, for his unstinted support and for providing the right advice towards the molding of this event. Thank you to the co-conveners, Dr. Manjula Thomas, Dr. Manoj Paul, Dr. Rohan D'Souza, for their prayers, wishes for the success of this event. Your moral support is the framework towards the success of this international conference. Here, I would especially like to add that Dr. Manjula Thomas couldn't connect with us. She was trying, but there was some problem with the connection. So, ma'am, if you're listening on YouTube, thanks to you as well for always being the warm person that we look forward to for prayers and moral support and providing the right moral fiber. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Susan Varghese, convener of Technical Committee. All members of the Technical Committee, Dr. Priyanka Masi from the Department of Psychology, Dr. Rachita Sharma, Department of Commerce, Dr. Samarveer Singh Rathore from the Department of Zoology, Dr. Sonal Sahai from Department of Physics, for carrying out the arduous task of going through the presentations and selecting the best that conveyed the idea of the theme. And thank you for patiently, meticulously putting it into a tabular form. Thank you so much. Thank you, Susan ma'am, for that elaborate report that you shared with us, for all your ideas that brought out the outcome of the conference, roadmap to future generation, to future environment. Thank you, ma'am. I have a very important person to thank, Dr. Manish Masi, the technical maestro behind this conference. I'm truly indebted to you for your dedication and selfless sense of service that you have provided towards the smooth run of this conference. Thank you, sir. Would like to thank all our participants for registering in huge numbers. They were close to, if I give the accurate numbers, there were 16,1660 registrations, and they were still pouring in had we not closed them. So I'm really sorry if you were not able to register, but I am assuring you that next time, whenever we have a conference, we will definitely see to it that we can accommodate more participants and just brush up our software a little so that there's no technical problem in distribution of certificates. Our students, our viewers who have joined from across the globe for their heartwarming response, also for the numerous presentations that we received that were well crafted with meticulous efforts. Thank you for making, and also thank you for making the Zoom window a lively one. Thank you all. Without your support, it would have not been possible. So before we wind up, 2 reminders. Feedback forms will be mailed to you, so kindly fill them and send them back. Certificates will be issued to all the registered participants, to all those who won in the presentations. But as you have already received information, kindly allow us a deadline till 30th of June 2020. Thank you. Please do stay tuned in to St. John's. We are in an effort to bring you more creative and informative pursuits. Thank you so much.
I'd like to share a few words for Dr. Sakshi also. Dr. Sakshi, is it audible to all?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sakshi worked very hard and she faced not many problems, not only technical problems, huge residents were there from different parts of the world, and time to time she was